Hello, everyone, and welcome to another stream. I hope you guys are doing well today. There's a message for me in my Discord. Hi, Trooper. Yeah, absolutely. Can it wait until after stream, Trooper, or do you need this at this very second? What was I gonna say? Hi, hello everyone, and welcome to another stream. I hope you guys are doing well today. I am very sleepy. I got almost no sleep last night, and by last night I mean this afternoon. Because I may or may not have pulled an all-nighter to get this done today. And I want you to know that I need to close this before I forget. Yeah, but we got it done. The important thing here is that we got it done no matter what. Oh, you're so right. I knew I forgot to do something. Trooper, you're so right. I need to do that real quick. I was so happy. I was like, I'm done. Let me just type this out. Night. Yeah. Okay, it's closed. Absolutely. Trooper, I did see the message. I have just been a little stressed about this game. Just a little bit. Yep, I didn't touch this at all. I haven't turned off my is it called tabletop RPGs? It is. I haven't turned this off. My entire setup has been on all night. It's our first solo TTRPG. Today, it's what we've been preparing for all week. All right. So today we're going to be playing a cold case RPG by thank you, Trooper. Yeah, so I worked pretty much all night to get everything done for today. And I'm happy with how everything honestly turned out. Overlay? Okay, I got you. I'm putting it all in. I'm on this page anyways. All right. Is that everything I need? Dice. Oh, you're pulling out some tags I never even thought of, but I'll put them on there. Oh, role play? Okay, role play. Oh, I can only ever have 10. You know what? Let's do role play instead of that. Role play. All right, done. I aim to be helpful. I appreciate it, Trooper. Also went to bed at in the morning getting one shop stuff ready and went to bed way too late. I did. I was seeing the updates as I was doing stuff because I was also asking a friend for some advice on the overlay. All right, that is all done. I did send out the go live tweet. Everything should be out. Social media is out right off the bat. I always remember that. Never remember anything else, but I do remember that. Oh, you guys could have seen? You saw all the Twitch stuff? That's fine. There's nothing important there. Hey, our bit rate is... I forgot to change back to my... It's fine. We'll pretend we're from New York today. Just like we have. Yeah, for sure. Trooper, thank you so much. I appreciate it. All right. I'm gonna throw that up there, and that's all done and all updated and stuff. Is there anything else I need to say before I start the spiel again? I don't think so. Hi, hello everyone, and welcome to another stream. I hope you guys are doing well today. I am doing tired. I am sleepy today. I hope you accidentally ate 20 pounds of cheese. I don't even know how that's physically possible to eat 20 pounds of cheese, but I pray for you tonight. Hello. Today we're playing Case Closed, a cold case RPG by Wim Lawson, and I've been very excited to do this game. I've been preparing for it for a while. Granted, a lot of it has just been like getting a lay of the land, but for the most part, I am so ready to go. So let me just adjust the audio there a little bit. I want you guys to be able to hear it, but I don't want it to overpower me. So that's where we are at the moment. So Case Closed by Case Closed, a cold case RPG, is a game. It's a 2d6 system in which actually let me save this and close out of that so I can just focus on this in the future. It's a 2d6 system in which it's basically a murder mystery. It's a murder mystery of a cold case. So we're not going out to go get evidence. We're not going out to go interview anybody. Our job is to look at the evidence already collected by other police force, detectives, etc., and come up with our own conclusions as to who did it, who murdered our victim. We're going to roll for the victim ourselves as a detective. All the suspects, all the evidence, everything we're going to roll for. We're going to create this case from the ground up, essentially, to start off, and then we'll get into it and be able to figure out through the power of deduction and roles and everything like that who murdered our victim. Like I said, this is a 2d6 system, so the rules pretty much all rely on that. We have two trackers. We have our investigation tracker, which is the one on the far right, the one with the little magnifying glass next to it. That is our investigation tracker. That has 7 ticks on it, and it goes from 5 to 11. Oh, and we start at 7. I just put it in the middle because I worked a lot at this. 5, 6, 7. We have our time tracker, the one right next to me, right there. The one with the little clock on it. That is our that tracks our time. So how long does it take us to do stuff? How long do people know we've opened up this case again? All of that is our trackers right next to me, right there. Then we have how kind of the rules go is we roll 2d6 or we roll and we find out if our roll is equal or above our investigation score. We move our investigation tracker up. If it's less than that score, we move it down. And if we fail the roll, we also move our timer tracker up. So that is kind of the driving force on this game. Also, if we match and we get like 2 4s, 2 3s, 2 5s on a die, that means we get to roll our special move as a detective, which we'll talk more about when we get there, if we get there. Our time tracker is if it reaches 5, if it, if the little blue mark goes all the way to the end, then that means that there's a plot twist. Something has happened in the case. It's blown something wide open, and we have to figure out how that fits into the story, along with resetting the timer tracker back to, they say 0, I'm going to say 1 just for the sake of suspense. And because I didn't see it was 0 to 5, and at this point it's too far gone to change it. Then we have figuring out if evidence for a suspect works or doesn't. Is this evidence actually connected to our suspect? Is it incriminating? Is it not incriminating? What is this evidence? And so we roll 2d6, and if we succeed, which again, rolling above or higher or below, that means our assumption is correct about what happened with that piece of evidence, and we get to cross that evidence out. So if we found like missing evidence, we could be like, actually, if I connect it to this item, then that is not a real piece of evidence. It's discredited, no longer counts. If we fail, then we're wrong. What we thought the evidence was, how we thought it was connected to the suspect and to the victim, completely incorrect. We were wrong. And get it out of here. Now, there are 3 special cases. If we roll a 12, so 2 6s, then our assumption is not only correct, but we get a breakthrough. We get to eliminate an additional piece of evidence against the same suspect, and we get closer and closer to discounting whether or not the suspect is actually a suspect or actually the murderer or just somebody who got caught in the crossfire. However, if we roll a 2, so 2 1s, we get those snake eyes, then we're wrong. Our assumption as to what happened, incorrect. In fact, not only that, we get a setback, which is a new piece of incriminating evidence against the same suspect. So we get farther away from knocking out a suspect out of the running, and in fact, they become more start to look a little bit more guilty. And if we roll a match, as we talked about, we get to roll a special move that's on our detective sheet, which is what we'll roll. So each suspect is going to have a connection between the suspect and the victim that could go from either being complete strangers to being married to the victim. We can have the suspects are all going to have different moods to us, how they feel towards the victim, how they feel towards the case, and ergo us as the person investigating this murder. And we have to kind of figure out what that means for the case. Not only that, but we have the status of the suspect. This is a cold case RPG, meaning that this murder didn't just happen. This murder happened either 5 to 100 years ago, depending on how we roll when we start to set up the case. So it is imperative that we keep that in mind as we build the case. Now, with incriminating evidence, each suspect starts off with 3 pieces of evidence. We're going to roll to figure out what evidence is for each suspect. And there's 3 types of evidence. There is our physical evidence, the evidence that, you know, you could see um, for itself, it is absolute, right? So fingerprints, murder weapons, blood stains, all of that would be real evidence or physical evidence. We have documentary evidence, that is newspapers, video footage, audio recordings, anything like that. That is evidence that has been documented, and we were able to look through. And then we have our testimonial evidence, so observations, opinions, firsthand accounts from witnesses, the victim themselves, or suspects. So that is all subject to biases because that is simply word of mouth. There is no absolute there. So that is that is the gist of the game. Like I said, we are trying to figure out who did it. We're gonna roll for 4 suspects. You want to roll anywhere between 3 and I believe 5 suspects. Or 3 and 6 suspects. More suspects make the game a little bit more difficult, and obviously it takes a little bit longer to play through. So we're gonna go with a nice 4 suspects, and we're gonna roll through them. But first, we have to roll for our detective. And before we do that, I want to reach out. What spicy? I know it's gonna get spicy here. I'm going to have to play the solo RPG. We'll see. It seems like it's gonna be a ton of fun. I haven't necessarily gone through it too hard. All right, so we go into our detective background. We can either be a private investigator, a journalist, an attorney, lawyer, a retired folk, stay-at-home parent, or a police officer. And our relations to this case can go from absolutely no relation to being related to a suspect or a victim. So it is going to be spicy here. So our first roll is a 1d6. If you look above me, you see there's 2 columns. The first column, the leftmost column, that is the first roll, and then the secondmost column is the second roll. As we'll see here. Or, you know, if that makes sense. Right there, that one is what I just rolled. That one will be like the previous roll. Just, you know, so we keep that in mind as we're rolling. Rolled a 1, classic PB. We are going to be a private investigator. Now, to keep in theme, and also because it's easier for me to remember things, I'm gonna write this down. We are a private investigator. How cliche of us. Now, what is our relation to this case? We were the victim's friend. That's spicy. Okay, and we're gonna have to keep that in mind. Either we knew the victim's friend or we are a victim's friend, depending on how long ago this was. All right, so that's our background. Now, more importantly, what's our special move? Our special move can be sidekick, witness hunt, well-connected, keen eyes, empathy, or in control. So, each of these gives us a special ability. So let's see what we roll. We get another 3, well-connected. I was hoping we'd get the sidekick. I'm not gonna lie to you. And just because I like the idea of having a sidekick. Well-connected. So I have the gist here, but let's move on to the next slide where I have it a little bit more a little bit more elaborated what that means. So witness hunt, track down a key witness or descendant who may be able to provide valuable information about the case. You may gain a piece of testimonial evidence against a suspect of your choice. Testimonial, once again, is a biased piece of evidence, something that someone said, something that someone saw, you know, basically a witness account is what a testimonial evidence is. Hey, Hawkeye! I hope you're doing well today. I'm a fancy detective, right? I'm a well-known and respected detective, apparently. Oh, I wrote a G instead of a 6. We're doing great today. Oh no, I read Witness Hunt. Never mind. That's not what I said. What I said instead is well connected. Use my connection with an organization or society to acquire specific information. Roll 1d6 to determine which suspect to investigate and eliminate one piece of evidence. So I get to just straight up, if I roll matches, I get to just get rid of a piece of evidence, which is great. Although we're gonna have to roll a 1d6 to determine the suspect to investigate. That's gonna be a 1d4 because we're only gonna have 4 suspects. To pick suspect and get rid of one piece of evidence. You know, when I was typing this out, I knew that having both Witness Hunt and Well Connected was a bad idea for me pressing things quickly. All right. So now we get into our victim. So our victim is either going to be, all right, so we're going to roll 2d6 here. We're going to roll 2d6. The first d6 is going to tell us which of these tables we're going to roll from. And then the second one is going to tell us which number it is. So first roll is a 4, so we're going to be on the second chart. And the second roll is 5, which means that their occupation was customer service. Okay. I am so sorry that you died still working customer service. And if we roll once more, this time we're rolling for reputation. What were they known for? All right, we rolled a 3, so that's the first chart. And the one they were retired? Oh, no. Well, at least at least they were no longer working. Oh, no, they're normal. Normal. They had a normal reputation. Oh, just, clock in, clock out. I feel you, victim. And let's see, we're gonna roll we're gonna roll a 1d6 to determine how old our suspect was. They're either gonna be a young adult, or middle age. I do have the rolls as 1, 2, and 3. We're just gonna do the regular 1, 2, 2, 3, or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 instead of what I have written on the chart. 6, so they were middle aged. Gosh. I just only feel more and more sorry for this victim, and it's not even because they died. Not even yet. Oh, poor guy. All right, victim's death. How did our victim die? Now we have 4 things we need to roll for. We need cause of death, body, crime scene, and location. All right, so we're gonna do this one by one. 1d6 by 1d6. So our first roll is a 5. Stabbing. Oh my god. Poor guy. Cause of death. I didn't think about the fact that I'd have to be writing this down. So sorry we're not writing this down on the computer somewhere. I did not consider this part. Signs of struggle makes sense. I too would be struggling if I was actively being stabbed. We have 4. Oh, the crime scene. There was footprints on the crime scene. Spicy. All right. And last but not least, our location was at home. Oh, this was personal. That is... Honestly, it makes sense. I too would, if I were working customer service, I simply would always want to be home also, away from the populace. Even that couldn't save them. All right. So now we're on to the case. We know who our victim was. They worked in customer service. People like them, people didn't like them. They had a normal reputation. They were middle aged, so they'd probably been working there a while. Cause of death, they were stabbed to death. They struggled. On the crime scene, there were footprints found, and they were stabbed at home. So that's kind of sad. I feel bad for this guy. I really do. All right, now the case. What made this case cold? Why did this case not get solved? What was our unusual event? There were letters to the police? Interesting. Okay. I wonder what that would mean. Unusual event. Let's see what made this unsolved. What was happening here? What was the incompetency? Missing evidence. Interesting. Missing evidence, letters to the police. An inside job, maybe? Customer service? Kevin did it. And now, more importantly, how long has it been? How long has it been that this person died and this case first occurred? Another 3. It was 15 years ago. 15 years ago in the sweet, sweet year of 2009? 15 years ago, 10. Yeah, it's 2009. I'm sorry for reminding us all of our own mortalities. And then 15 years ago seems like only just yesterday. So missing evidence. There were letters to the police. Interesting. I wonder what that means. What does that mean? All right. Now, the fun part. It's where we get to roll for our suspects. So now we're going to have something on the board, not just something I have I'm writing on a separate piece of little scrap paper. All right, so our suspects are going to be rolled from, if you guys have been watching, we have our NPCs that I've been working on for the past 2 weeks, and we're going to use them as our suspects here in a second. So letter to police, like the Zodiac killer taunting the police? It could be, yeah. We're going to have to decide that as we continue on with this, discovering what this case was. Hopefully you guys can hear the music all right and it's not too loud. All right, so the very first thing we're gonna roll is we're gonna roll this 1d6 at a time. We're gonna roll our first d6. Which chart are we gonna roll from? Chart 1 or chart 2? I had a friend tell me I should probably move roll again and roll twice away from being on the second chart right next to each other, just due to probability. But I'm not. Anyways, here is roll 1d6. I'm on the wrong thing. 1d6. 4, we're on our second table. What does that mean? Rolled another 4. We have coworker. Our coworker. All right, let's roll the suspect real quick. I'm gonna roll a 121. I know that's a weird number, but that's how many 1d21, but that's how many suspects we have. I made. So I rolled an 18. Oh, okay. What an interesting first individual to have rolled for our suspect, but I vibe it. All right. Now you are suspect number 1, sir. Suspect number 1. Let's like that. All right, let me export this png over. Suspect 1. PNG. Yep. I already have a suspect 1. Suspect 1-1. Save. I have to do this live because there was just one too many options for individuals here. And too many possible. Each of these guys would have to get a 1 through 4 suspect tag, and that was too much for me. So we have suspect number 1, this individual, whose name we're gonna call them. I don't know why this was the first name to come to mind. I was gonna roll for it, but I had a name pop up right away. I have Jared Hoffman is going to be this individual's name. Is there a more? Oh, I only okay, never mind. Hold on. I didn't realize this was. I only had one chance, one opportunity there. This needs to. Wow, this needs to still be bigger, huh? Jared Hoffman. I'm getting upset with you, Roll20. All right, there is Jared Hoffman, our first suspect. Who? What were you like? Tell me more about yourself, Jared Hoffman. Who were you? We have. Oh, sorry, I forgot to turn that off. Jared Hoffman. Who were you? What was your vibe? Was it rancid? Our relationship to they were a co-worker. Right? They were a co-worker? I guess I should also write that down somewhere. Co-worker. I had the strongest urge to. I've been working on Clip Studio almost exclusively for the past like 12 hours. So sorry, let me move that out of the way so you guys can see what I'm doing here. So we have our co-worker here. Is Jared Hoffman, our co-worker. All right, what else were you, Jared Hoffman? Were you also? What's your status? What did you do after this murder occurred? Your coworker. Are again on the second chart. We rolled another 4. Rolling 1d6, right? Yeah, I am. Investigating the case, Jared Hoffman. That's why you have the. That's why you have the hat. You know, you were also investigating the case. You wanted to know what happened. Our first true crime junkie right here. Investigating. It's been, it's been 15 years. True crime is on the rise. And, Jared Hoffman's like, oh, I knew somebody. Maybe their daughter now has a true crime podcast, and Jared Hoffman's, dropped that classic dad lore of just like, oh yeah, I knew someone who was murdered once. Never figured out who it was though. Clip Studio is the new name for Manga Studio, if I recall. You used to use Manga Studio. It is the new name. It's good. I like it. Not very expensive. There's the one-time purchase, and then also there's the monthly payment you can do for it. Which keeps it active. with updates. All right. So status, you're investigating the case. Okay. What was your? Did you like your coworker? Let's roll 2d6 instead of 1d6 to make this go a little faster. All right. First chart. Added caring. Oh, you like them. Interesting. Okay. Okay. Attitude. Caring towards victim. Interesting. Jared Hoffman. More and more intriguing. Oh no! I'm currently using Affinity Suite because I got a bundle on sale, but I read that it was bought by Canva and I have dread feelings. I remember. I also have Affinity. I was learning how to use Affinity, but then something happened and I was like, that makes me not feel great about you right now. I can't remember what it is anymore. With so many things happening all the time, I have a really hard time remembering why I don't like things. I used to use GIMP a lot also. GIMP was my go-to when I first started streaming. But then I changed to Clip Studio because I forget what I needed, but Clip Studio was just going to be able to offer that to me as opposed to GIMP. And I just never turned back, honestly. All right. So that was your attitude towards the victim. What's your attitude towards this case? Rolled a 2, now a 3. Upset. Interesting. Upset that it never got solved? I mean, I would too if I cared about the victim and then it never got solved. Upset towards case. Imagine. I use GIMP exclusively. I'm a cheapskate. Clip Studio goes on sale so often. It's kind of hard to look past it, TBH. All right, Jared Hoffman. Now, why are you a suspect then? Is it because you're a true crime junkie? Is that the vibe here? All right, let's see. Let's find out. We're gonna roll 3d6 now, because we need to roll to see if it's real testimonial or a document. Then we have to see if it's the first or second table, and then from there we get to see which of the evidences it actually is. So we have, all right, 3 testimonial, 3 it's the first table, 1 a psychiatrist, Jared. Do you know how bad it has to be, Jared, for them to get a psychiatrist to testify against you? This means we have to roll another NPC. All right, we're rolling 1d 21 9. All right, number 9. I love this guy. I'm so glad. I'm so glad you're the one who ended up being the psychiatrist. Oh, I'm so happy. I can't wait for you guys to see who our psychiatrist is of all our NPCs. Psychiatrist. That's how you spell that word, probably, most likely. All right, let's export the ping of this guy. Psychiatrist. And then we're going to come over here, over here, over here, over here, and we're going to upload this photo. Or this Polaroid. Sorry, we just took the picture. We're doing the, the classic drying it off so we could look at it faster, so it develops a little bit faster. So our first piece of evidence against you, Jared Hoffman, is a psychiatrist. Had something to say about you, bro. I don't know how you feel about that. but I'm so glad. This is our man. This is our psychiatrist. I'm so happy. I'm so happy it was him. All right, that's our first piece of evidence. What's gonna be our second piece of evidence? Once again, rolling a 3d6, 441. Testimonial again. A lot of testimonial against this guy. And no. It's the second one. No alibi. Oh, Jared Hoffman. I probably like staring blankly at a wall somewhere, wondering where their life went wrong. Um, if I were to guess. No alibi, huh? Please let me. Thank you. No alibi. Let's move you this way. Let's move you this way. No alibi. All right. And last but not least, what's your last piece of evidence against you, Jared Hoffman? 224. Real. We have real evidence against you, Jared. What did you do? First table and 4 victims belonging. Jared. Jared. What are you up to? What happened? Why do you have this thing that was your coworkers? I mean, you were caring towards them, but this is not looking great, Jared. I keep saying Jared like Alexis says um David. Ew, David. Jared has no alibi and was covered in victim's blood while holding the murder weapon. The psychiatrist testified that Jared had stabzolotomania. Looks bad for Jared. Oh, Jared, not like this. Oh, let's hope that our other guys look a little bit more guilty than you do, Jared, because I'm going to be honest with you, it's not looking great for you, bud. All right, rolling another D21 to figure out who our next guy is. A 15. All right, who's suspect number 2? Oh no. Oh, this is another coworker because this man looks like he'd be a coworker in customer service. This is one of my favorite suspects that I drew. It's one of the last ones. Suspect número 2. Oh, yeah. No, I have to accept that change. Yep. Suspect 2. Let's save that. Save that. Then bring you over. Boop, 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 boop. All right. Suspect number 2. What's your name? Our fine gentleman here that you'll be able to see in any second now, as soon as I can catch that angle. Suspect number 2. What is your name, sir? Let me pull up a name generator very quickly. I wanted to start stream fairly quickly, so I forgot some of the little nuances. Yeah. That's not gonna help me here. Let's go to that name generator. Wow, there's a lot of them on here, huh? Oh, I see. I have to choose gender. Okay. Hugh. I feel like you'd be a good Hugh. What's your last name, Hugh? Hugh Riley. I like Hugh Riley. Hugh Riley is a good name. Good, strong name. Hey, Crit Witch! How you doing today? You're catching this right when we're discovering who our suspects are. You have Hugh Riley. All right, Hugh Riley. Why are you a suspect? What did you do? Who are you? Oh no, that's right. We have to do this first. Who are you, Hugh Riley? We're gonna roll 2d6. One for first table, the other one for the second table. And then what the roll is. So first table, 5. Sibling! Oh my gosh, Hugh Riley! I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry for your loss, Hugh Riley. Why are you a suspect, though? I forgot to roll for our victim's name. So we have to keep things gender neutral because I don't know who they are yet. All right, well, at least we know our suspect's last name is Riley. Most likely. Sibling. Oh, things just got spicy. Oh no, that's a good size for that. All right, Hugh Riley. What's your status? Where are you at? Where are you at in life? Oh no. Oh no, Hugh Riley. Oh no, it's the first chart. Oh, I thought we were gonna have to roll twice. You left the country, Hugh Riley? Why did you leave the country? Hugh Riley! Were you too sad about your sibling dying? Or was it something more nefarious, Hugh Riley? What else? What's your attitude towards the victim? 3-1. You hated your sibling! Oh, Hugh Riley, things aren't looking great for you. You hated victim. That's your sibling, Hugh Riley. Why did you hate them? Hey, Kalino, it's the day. It sure is. It's happening. Oh, Hugh Riley. Oh, no. Okay. What's your attitude towards the case? 6, 3. Imaginative. Okay. Interesting. Imaginative. That's such an interesting way to describe it. Okay. Hugh Riley. Hugh Riley. Why? Hugh Riley. What's the evidence against you? Why are you a suspect? Sibling rivalry isn't always a crime? Maybe sibling Riley wasn't nice. That's a good point. That's a great point. Maybe they weren't very nice. All right, let's find out more about sibling Riley. We have to roll 3d6 on that one. Our first die is going to be what type of evidence is it? Is it real, testimonial, or document? Then from there, we decide if it's the first chart on top or the second chart on the bottom. And then the third number is going to be the actual piece of evidence on that chart. Sorry, I was away cooking. No, don't be sorry. Don't be sorry. I'm happy for you to just sit by and listen as we figure out who our suspects are. Things got super spicy indeed in the first 5 minutes of me being here, right? All right. First chart, it's real evidence. Oh my gosh, Riley, you have real evidence against yourself? All right, 4 is on the second chart, and another 4 tire tracks. Hugh Riley. What's happening? What's happening here, Hugh Riley? Why are there tire tracks when they were killed in their own home? If we get footprints, it might be all over for you, Hugh Riley. Let me make no alibi a little bit smaller here. All right, Hugh Riley. We have tire tracks. And next, what else? What else have you done? 5. Documentary evidence. Hugh Riley. 4. And then another 4. A receipt. Hugh Riley. A receipt? That doesn't feel very incriminating, but we'll have to figure out why it is. A receipt, Hugh Riley. I can't believe it. A receipt proving you were near the guy's house? I don't know. Near your sibling's home? The last roll. 6116. Another document. Hugh Riley. Threatening messages. Hugh Riley. No. It's not. It's a victim's will. Oh my. And that doesn't feel like very. Unless you weren't on the will. Unless you weren't on the will. No. We were right the first time. It is threatening messages. Wait a second now. Yeah, 6 document, 1 is first table, and 2 is threatening messages. Hugh Riley, why do you hate your sibling? What did they do to you, and why are you sending them threatening messages? Hugh Riley, what happened? And then you left the country? Hugh Riley. Hugh Riley, I'm not gonna lie to you, but it's not looking great for you. It's not looking great for you. Like, compared to Jared Hoffman, you are looking guilty, my good sir. Let me make these a little bit thicker. Oh, you guys can't see it. Hold on. I'm just doing the pieces of string from one piece of evidence to another. Or, oh, daddy, that would have been spicy, Hawkeye. I feel like I was trying to manifest that it was going to be the will. Instead, I got threatening messages, which honestly almost is bad. All right, rolling another D21 to figure out who our next NPC is. A 4. Okay, who's number 4 on our list? Oh, okay. Interesting. All right. Okay. You know, depending on how this goes, I could see why. I could see how you're a suspect. Suspect number 3. All right. We're going to export. PNG suspect. Again, I have to do our suspects live in person. I've streamlined the process as much as possible for myself. But there's just too many possibilities, too many variations with who our suspects are. Unless I just wanted them to all say suspect. So suspect number 3. Is grandma over here. All right, let's see. Let me go back to our name generator. All right, give me some first names. Emilia. Oh, Bess. I like Bess. Bess is a good. I feel like it would be a good name for you. All right, we have Bess. Bess, what's your last name? I don't like that it just gave me the same list. There we go. Bess Hill, maybe? Hey, hello, time 60B. Yeah, we're playing Case Closed. If you guys are interested in checking it out yourselves, it's right there. I've linked their itch for easy access. This is gonna be, oh, let's up the size so this is a readable name. Bess, what did I say? Hall? Bess Hill? Let's say Bess Hill. All right, Bess Hill. Why are you our suspect number 3, Bess Hill? What did you do? Let me switch back over to this. Now, Bess Hill, I need to know. I have to know, Bess Hill. You gotta tell me. Why? And who are you to this person? Oh, we roll again. Okay, it's just another roll again. Roll again. Okay. Okay. 4, second one. Enemy! Bess Hill! What did our victim do to you? Why are you the victim? Enemy. Interesting. Oh man. This is so accurate. If anyone's ever worked customer service, I feel like things are making a little bit of sense. Things are starting to check out. All right, this is our enemy, Bess Hill. Okay, what's your status? Where you at, Bess Hill? 2. Bess Hill, you were killed? Oh, antagonistic. Unrelated though. Unrelated. They were killed in an unrelated case. Interesting, Bess Hill. I feel like it speaks to your character that you might have been killed. Our victim is shaping up to be someone that people don't like, right? Was our victim the villain? I don't know. They were fairly normal. I forgot to roll their picture, but they were just a guy. They were customer service. Their reputation is normal. They were middle-aged, but they were stabbed, and stabbing, that's a crime of a personal crime. That is someone wanting to inflict pain on you. There were signs of struggle. There were footprints, and the location was in their house, so they had to know this person, right? For them to probably be in their house. All right, damn. Okay, what was your attitude, Bess Hill? What was your attitude towards our suspect, our victim? 2, 5. Envied. Oh man, what, they won the the employee of the year in front of you? What happened? Employee of the month? You envied them, Bess Hill. Very interesting. All right, and what was your attitude towards the case, Bess Hill? 1, 2, enthusiastic! That's because you hated them. You hated our victim. You were happy to find out they were dead, weren't you, Bess Hill? Enthusiastic. Bess Hill. Damn. Bess Hill out here. I'm not gonna lie. Not looking great. Don't know how this was installed. Bess Hill, man. Our victim the villain? Our victim was the villain in Agatha Christie's Evil Under the Sun. Oh, great call there. All right. Again, we're going to roll 3d6. Our first number is going to be what type of evidence it is. Real, testimonial, or document. Our second number is going to be which table we're going to roll, the first or the second. And our third number is going to be the actual evidence. So 5, 5, and 1. So it's document. It's on our second thing. Victim's will. Am I reading this correctly? Document. Oh, why were you in the victim's will? Why would you care about the victim's will? Were you married to Hugh Riley? Why? Victim's will. How is that related to you, Bess Hill? Their enemy. when you yourself are killed also. Best Hill. All right. Second piece of evidence. 3, this is testimonial. 6, this is our second chart. And 3, a bartender. A bartender, Best Hill? Best Hill, a bartender? What's a bartender got to talk about you? Were you on a sippy sippy, Best Hill? Let's see, we have to roll a 1d21 so I can figure out what NPC this is. Another 12, okay. You look like you would be a bartender. You know what? The math, it checks out. You look like you would be a bartender, sir. This is one of my favorite guys. Bartender. Put you right there. All right, let's export the ping. I definitely did not name you anything of relevance, but like here we are. Thank you so much for the follow time. 628. Glad you're enjoying the stream. And you're enjoying our whodunit. Cause I'm invested now. I need to know who did it. Who did it? Why's the bartender got your number, Bess Hill? What do they know? What did they know, Bess Hill? What did they know? I have to know. Alright, we have our bartender. Okay, what's our last piece of evidence, Bess Hill? Who? Oh, that's the 21 again. That's on me. 3d6. 2 means it's real. 5 means it's on the second table. And 1 means it was an injury. An injury, Bess Hill? Our victim struggled. Our victim struggled, Bess Hill. It ain't looking good for you, Bess Hill. I thought that the brother for sure was gonna be our most compelling guy, but you it's starting to look like you're a little guilty there, Bess Hill. Bess Hill, somehow, some way, you were in the victim's will. Bess Hill. Oh, imagine Bess Hill is actually one of those like people who scams old people out of their money. Or the Orient Express, true. This is some soap stuff. Will, dead, maybe not rival? Exactly. Oh, so things are getting spicy. All right, time to roll for our next NPC. Oh, we rolled a 21. Who are you? Who's our suspect number 4? Oh no, I like this guy. I was hoping he'd be someone he'd not be a suspect. I love this guy. I don't know, but maybe there's something nefarious in that smile. Something we don't know, something dark and sinister. Let's see. Suspect 4. Let's pull them up. Let's upload them. Upload. Suspect number 4. Our nefarious final suspect. Who are you, sir? Suspect number 4. What's your name, sir? Who are you? Let's do 19. All right, let's see. What's your name, sir? Maybe a Jim? A Dave? Jim. I feel like it looks more like a Jim. Are you doing this on Roll20? I am doing this on Roll20 time. At least this, what you're looking at right now, this evidence board is on Roll20. This here is on PowerPoint. Although it wouldn't have to be. It's just what I use to organize the tables. But this conspiracy board is all on Roll20. All right, we've got Jim. Jim, what's your last name, bud? Let's re-roll this last name. Jim Peters. Jim Peters. The music, I know. It got real sinister all of a sudden. Oh, Jim Peters. How could you possibly be worse than the last two? Oh, we're gonna find out, I guess. Alright. Jim Peters. Who were you, Jim Peters? Jim Peters. Who are you? Scooby Dooby Doo. Where are you? What is your relationship to our victim? All right, second table. One, you're a relative, Jim Peters. All the relatives hate this guy. Who was he? Who was our victim? I almost regret not rolling them first, their name first. A relative. All right. Actually, I need to make this a little bit smaller so I can more reliably put these down here. Yeah. All right. So this is a family affair, apparently. All right. A relative. What's your status? Where are you at? 4, second. Table 3. Trying to clear their name. Jim Peters does not like that they are a suspect here. They said, I am not guilty. Stop trying to blame me. Just because I like to rip the sleeves off of my shirt does not mean that I would kill people, okay? Stop telling people. All right. Our attitude towards our victim. 1, 2, carrying. Another carrying. Jared Hoffman and Jim Peters both carrying. But you know, people, you know, crime of passion. Just because you like someone doesn't mean that you wouldn't kill them. Just because you like them doesn't mean you won't kill them. All right, and what's your attitude towards the case, Jim? 3, first. 6, frustrated. It makes sense. That tracks. That tracks. Because, you know, you don't like that you're a suspect. And this was never solved, so your name never got cleared. That makes sense. But, you know, Jim, let's be real. Let's be real with each other, buddy. There's a reason you're a suspect. You know, we can't all take good faith. We can't all look at that smile and that beard and think, that man's innocent. Why are you a suspect, Jim Peters? 5, document. 5, second. Table and 2, retracted confession. Jim. No wonder, bro. What do you expect? No wonder they think you're a suspect. You said you did it. If you didn't want to be a suspect, Jim, don't confess to a murder. If you didn't do it, it's that easy. Jim, what are you doing there, bud? All right. Well, what else? What else is on you? You're no longer a reliable source. Testimonial evidence. 5, second chart. 3. Another bartender? Is it the same guy? Imagine it's the same guy. If I re-roll the same guy, I'm definitely gonna keep them. All right, let's roll another D21. 6. It's not the same bartender, guys. At least not on the same shift. Oh, this is another one of my faves. Also a big fan of this NPC. All right. I don't even have to change the text. You're another bartender. All right, let's export the punga on this one. Bartender. Look, 2009, it was a tough year. What can I say? I can't blame for anyone for being at a bar in 2009. I was trapped by the cops. I had too much coffee. John Oliver did a video on how law enforcement gets innocent people to confess to crimes all the time. That's what you should always get a lawyer. Absolutely. Never say a word to a cop. Never, never. Do not speak. I don't care what they say. Never speak. The only words that should come out of your mouth are, I want a lawyer. That's the only thing a cop should hear you say without legal representation near you. All right. Well, Jim Peters. Jim Peters. What else? What's our last piece of evidence? What did you do? 2, 2, 5. Real evidence. Oh, Jim Peters. 2 on the first page and 5. The murder weapon! Jim! Oh, Jim. Oh, buddy. Oh, bud. I don't know what to tell you, man. This isn't looking good for you, man. Look, between the enemy, the brother who hates their sibling, and, like, who could be a creepy stalker, you're not looking great there, bud. We're not looking good, bud. Jim, I don't know what to say. Jim, I was rooting for you. I really was, bud. But, like, yeah, bud, I don't know. Maybe there's a reason you can't find a job, buddy. Other words that can come out your mouth before you're arrested is, am I free to go? Exactly. Am I free to go? Exactly. All right. We have Jim Peters. We have our bartender. God damn, Jim Peters. Maybe, he's playing the wrong place, wrong time. In which case, like, I get it, bud, but, like, at the same time, oof, I'm gonna take a quick drink of quick little sippy sip. All right, so who was our victim? What is our victim's name? What is your first name, boss? Let's do that. And then, yeah, that's all good. All right. What's your first name, bud? Should we do Lori? I like Lori Riley. Lori Riley? Heather Riley. Heather Riley? Let's do Heather Riley. Heather Riley sounds better. All right. Heather Riley, sister to Hugh Riley. Heather Riley, who worked in customer service, was middle-aged at the time of their death, murdered in their own home. Let's roll. We can figure that out. Let's do a D6. Let's do a D12. Let's do a D12. We're gonna say, let's say 1 through 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Let's say 1 through 5, it's baby sister. 6 through 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 6 through 10 is going to be older sibling. 11, 12 is going to be twin. All right? So younger, older, twin. Older sibling. Heather is older than Riley. And we'll say by like barely older. We'll say like 2 years older because I only rolled a 6. Barely older than Hugh. All right. Damn. Let's say. Well, what's unusual about this is that the police got letters about this. Not only that, there's missing evidence. Hold on, let me turn the lights before I forget to, and it gets any more dark than it already is. Hope you guys are having a wonderful evening. I hope you guys are ready to figure out who done it, who murdered Heather Riley, a seemingly normal middle-aged customer service working individual. All right, a cold case RPG by Wim Lawson on game night. Today we're starting off today with figuring this out. All right, so what we have to do now is we start making some conclusions. We start trying to figure out who done it. So let's say let me just make sure I'm not missing any other step in this game. No, now we just try and we're good. We're good to just start rolling. All right, so let's start off with Jared Hoffman. He is the least spicy of the 4. He is a co-worker, but is also investigating this case, was caring towards the victim, and is upset towards the case. Again, this case took place in 2009, 15 years ago. The only reason this didn't get solved is there was missing evidence. A missing key piece of evidence that could not tie any of these 4 to the murder. Jared Hoffman, co-worker, his psychiatrist, or a psychiatrist, it doesn't have to be his psychiatrist, a psychiatrist, testified against Jared Hoffman. Jared Hoffman also had no alibi. Jared Hoffman also worked in customer service with Heather Riley, and also Jared Hoffman was found with the victim's belongings. I don't know, this feels a little bit stalkery to me. I don't know if it feels stalkery to you guys, but it's feeling a little bit like a little attached to Heather. It feels like I don't know. I'm from the psychiatrist and having the belongings and being caring towards the victim and still caring about this case 15 years later enough to be investigating it when you were only co-workers. Like, I liked my co-workers, guys, but I don't know if I'd be that invested in trying to solve one of their cases if they were murdered. I'd be upset, but like, I wouldn't be sitting here going all, who did it? So is that what the psychiatrist was? Was the psychiatrist saying that Jared Hoffman had classic stalker tendencies here? That they were too attached? I can't think of what the word would be in psychiatrist speak, in like mental health speak. But it's starting to feel that way. Let's see. Are we right or are we wrong? So what we're gonna do now is we're gonna roll another 2d6. And if we right now, our investigation, as you could tell over, it's not the one next to me, but it's the one with the magnifying glass. We're 2 ticks in. We start at 7, so that goes 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Does it go to 11? 5 to 11. It goes 5 to 11. We're on 7, so it goes, hold on. I know a better way to do this. This is 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So right now we are on 7. We want to roll above a 7. If we roll above a 7, that means that we were correct. And we can... That, okay. Let me put it this way. Actually, it works the other way. I'm gonna say instead that... we think that... I think that he's a stalker and that's why the psychiatrist... that's what the psychiatrist is saying. But if I roll for a success, that means... that's not true, essentially. What I should be saying is I don't think Jared Hoffman is a stalker, even though it looks like he is a stalker. Is what I should be saying instead. Because if I fail, I'm wrong. My assumption is incorrect. I'm trying to prove this. Okay. It is innocent before guilty. So I'm trying to prove them innocent instead of trying to prove them guilty. Right? That's what I'm supposed to be doing. I'm the one making them guilty before they're innocent. But let's see. Instead of psychiatrist, because I do think they're a stalker, I'm going to say that, look, they were customer service. They have no alibi. I, too, don't want to be seen nor heard after working customer service. I simply want to be holed up in my own home, and just binging my shows. In 2009, just watching mindless primetime TV, okay? That's what I want to do on after work. And just because I live alone and no one saw me come in and out because I work odd hours does not mean that Jared is guilty. Just works odd hours. So I'm going to roll a 2d6 to see if I'm right or wrong. Our goal here is to roll a 7 or above, okay? We rolled a 7. I'm right. Who cares about his alibi? His alibi was that he was watching a primetime show that just came out. He was able to talk about it. He told us exactly what happened that episode. He told us exactly what happened in that episode of Grey's Anatomy. Look, it was a big show. Like, the plane came down. Fucking Lexi and Mark were holding hands. It was devastating. He was in his home crying by himself. He didn't want to talk about it because it wasn't socially acceptable back then. But looking at the dates, going back, we find out that he was watching Grey's Anatomy. He was watching the plane episode. Look, they left us on a cliffhanger. He had to know. Okay? He had to know what happened after the plane went down. And because of that, Jared Hoffman, your alibi, you're fine with your alibi. Now we still have more evidence against you, Jared. So you're not in the clear just yet, but you did get cleared of that at least. So, because we succeeded, I'm gonna move my token from a 7 to an 8 to give us better and better chances to fail. All right. No alibi, but here's the thing. Victims belonging, they work together. 2009, work from home wasn't a thing, guys. Work from home wasn't a thing in 2009. In 2009, you drove to your 9 to 5, you sat in traffic in the morning, sat in traffic in the evening, and you clocked in and out, you had your cubicles, working customer service, you're on the phone all day. You take what you can, you take the little joys in decorating your cubicle. Okay? Jared Hoffman, you know what he talked to Heather about? He talked about Grey's Anatomy to Heather. Okay? That was her thing. So Victims Belonging, Heather was also excited to go see the finale or the season premiere of to see what happened to the Grey's Anatomy crew that went down on the plane. Boy, I hope you guys watch Grey's Anatomy. And I don't think I might have been like 2000. It might have been 2009. I'm not actually sure when that episode came out, but we're gonna say in this universe it was in 2009. Heather also wanted to know, so Heather was out of there. Clocked out. She was out of there, and she left behind her jacket. And Jared knew that they be trifling in this place. They're trifling. They're always stealing belongings from people. And it's so hard to keep your cubicle decorated with pictures. And by pictures, I mean things you printed out on the copier. Because otherwise they'd be stolen. I don't know. We don't know who's stealing stuff. Bess Hill. But Jared knew that this was Heather's favorite jacket. And we know it's Heather's favorite jacket because it's in all her photos. Heather always wears this jacket. And Jared knew that. Why? Because he cared about Heather, guys. He cared about Heather. That's why he had the jacket. It wasn't because, he saw Heather after work, but no, because he was a kind and considerate coworker and friend who decided to make sure that Heather's favorite jacket wasn't stolen from some trifling coworkers, Bess, at work. Are we right or are we wrong? Let's find out. I rolled a 7. We're wrong. No, Jared Hoffman. No, I was vouching for you, Jared Hoffman. We failed. We moved down our investigation token back down to a 7, and our time takes up to a 2. Damn it, Jared Hoffman. I was rooting for you. Not only do I fail, in fact, coworkers, it says in other people's I question the impartiality of the detective. I am well respected in my field, thank you very much. In fact, other testimonies reading further into the file shows that looking at some footage outside her workplace, she was seen leaving with that jacket on. So the only way Jared could have gotten that jacket is if he saw her after work. Jared Hoffman, why is your psychiatrist? Why is a psychiatrist? 50-50. Let's do another D6. Let's do 1D6. 1, 2, 3. It is somebody else's psychiatrist. It is a court psychiatrist. A court appointed. Or like, the psychiatrists that come and tell you about like their opinion on a suspect. Or 4, 5, 6, it is Jared Hoffman, psychiatrist. It's a 3. It's just a the defendant brought out a psychiatrist to do a profile on all the suspects, and they spoke out about Jared Hoffman. And this psychiatrist talked about how the attachment that Jared Hoffman felt for Heather seemed more than just friendly. Thanks, Wolfess. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. And the psychiatrist said that, you know, they don't think that they think that it is possible that Jared Hoffman could have been unnaturally attached to Heather for one reason or another. But it does not feel like a friendly connection. But I don't know, guys. Some of her friends said that they seen Jared and Heather talking outside of work before. And Heather never said anything bad about him, never said anything good about him. But, you know, honestly, almost never spoke about Jared. Only ever spoke about Jared when prompted, so I'm inspired by this and want to do something similar now. It's fun. Look, Trooper, I feel like you would enjoy this. I feel like you would really enjoy a murder mystery, a whodunit system. So I'm starting to think, you know, maybe Jared was just a work friend. We all have work friends. We have, you know, there's friends we talk to after work, and they're the ones that we are most attached to. They're the ones we're closest to. And then we have our work friends. Like, they're our friends, but honestly, we're probably not going to be friends after we leave work. But just because we only see them at work doesn't mean that we don't care about them. It means that we care about them, but, you know, we have a healthy work-life balance. Even in 2009, we have to have a healthy work-life balance, and I think that's what Jared Hoffman was. I think that, yeah, they were friends, but like work friends, you know? And I think the psychiatrist is a hack for making Jared Hoffman look like that. Are we right or are we wrong? Our target is 7. I'm right. The psychiatrist, looking into some reviews about this psychiatrist in other, you know, looking at other cases, looking at other documents, I see that the psychiatrist kind of is a yes man. If the defense always the defense doesn't really have anything solid on somebody, they simply bring out this guy. This guy has a shady diploma. You know, barely. They barely have a good diploma. And it's just from like this middle of nowhere college that they graduated from. Like, they passed their tests, but like it's, you know, it's under review. It's not board certified anymore. So the psychiatrist is a hack. And they were trying to spin this to make it look like Jared was a stalker when Jared wasn't. Jared, at least based off of what the psychiatrist profile was on Jared, incorrect, uncooperative. It's so good. The murder is totally Bob the Builder. Hey, Leviathan, how you doing? Or maybe the psychiatrist is having an affair with the actual murderer. Bum, bum, bum. You may have seen too many Cronenberg movies. This is true. One way or another, the psychiatrist is unreliable and therefore does not work for this case. Now, you've already had a miss with the victim's belongings. So we'll be back, Jared Hoffman. We'll be back. I have to think about why you could have had the victim's belongings. When you said you like, why did you lie, Jared Hoffman? Why did you lie? Boy, we'll keep thinking about that as we move over to Bess Hill. Bess Hill, enemy of Heather Riley, was killed in an unrelated case. Bess Hill envied Heather, and she was enthusiastic to hear more and more about this because Bess Hill hated hated Heather Riley. Heather Riley, our fairly normal coworker, or fairly normal customer service worker, middle-aged, just, going through life, then suddenly murdered, stabbed in her own home, and the only signs of what happened were a struggle and footprints leaving the scene. Bess Hill. A bartender said they saw you at a bar near where Heather Riley lived. Before the time of after the time of death. They said you looked harried, to say the least. But Bess Hill said she had just come from the gym. And there's a gym right down down the road. Weird that someone would want to go to the bar afterwards. But Bess did. I think Bess envied the friendships Heather Riley had. It's the obvious red herring is a murderer. Oh wait, wrong show. Amazing, Hawkeye. I think Bess Hill envied Heather Riley. I think she envied the friendships Heather Riley was able to form. Jared Hoffman, kind of a loner. Jared Hoffman, not really that guy. Really just clocked in, clocked out. No matter what anyone tried, happy birthdays, cards, white elephants, Jared Hoffman wasn't interested, but Heather Riley did care. Enough to get Jared Hoffman out of their shell. She saw them laughing. She saw Heather laughing with other coworkers around the water cooler. And I think she went to, and I think there's a lot of reasons, but in 2009, you know what was prevalent in 2009? Diet culture. I think diet culture was huge in 2009. I mean, it's huge now, but like back then, before social media really took off, everyone was on Facebook. Bess Hill looking at the pictures of Heather Riley and her friends hanging out. I think Bess Hill didn't like that. So even though she was always she'd leave work immediately to the gym, working hard. I also think Justin Bieber was just baby, 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 oh. And I think no matter, even though she worked so hard at the gym, I think self-loathing's hard to pass up, guys. And I think she went to the bar to kind of just to just drink her sorrows away. Customer service sucks, guys. And then like 2009, like I think Bess Hill might have lost her house in the crash in 2008. Now living in an apartment. It's nearby the bar and it's by her work, by the bar, by the gym, and just so happens to be near Heather Riley's house. So Bess Hill, I think maybe you frequent this bar. How true is that, Bess Hill? Our target here is a 7. All right, 7 or above. 7 or above, Bess Hill. We move our token up by 1. Up to 8. And we get to cross off the bartender. The bartender goes on to say in a document that was kind of stuck to another page. Had some like just some like rubber, when you erase things and the shavings, eraser shavings get like it's a cheap eraser, so it kind of gets stuck on the paper. That got that over the years of compression just got stuck with another piece of paper. And the next page talks about how Bess Hill frequented this bar often. And when we looked at footage further on, she was there every time after working out. She'd go to the bar. And that corroborates with the story. So bartender does not check out. But that doesn't mean we don't know why she was injured. I mean, honestly, is Bess Hill a drunk? Is Bess Hill an alcoholic? Is she just a functional alcoholic? Is that why she's always going to the bar? After work? Before work? Is that why she's so envious? And is this why she hated Heather Riley, who always looked to have their life together? A normal girl, normal family, always making friends. How dare she? How dare she be perfect in every single way? Bess Hill hated Heather Riley, but not because of anything Heather Riley really did. It's because Bess Hill hated herself. Yeah, maybe she drinks too many cosmopolitans. I think Bess Hill is a functioning alcoholic, and what happens when you're drunk? You get hurt. You get hurt all the time. I think bartender and injury are related. I think that if we disqualify one, we disqualify the other. I think those both would check out. 2d6, our goal is an 8. 9! Bess Hill. We look at further into some medical records after the fact, and we notice that Bess Hill, she has a record of just like small injuries. She's actually in there all the time. Usually it's injuries from working out, falling off the treadmill, carpal tunnel from grinding minties for all those mojitos, falling. She broke an arm once, and the injury she had at the time was just a simple scrape. I think the argument was that it looked like it could have been a cut from a knife, which I'm assuming is what the the weapon of choice here was for stabbing. But you know, upon closer inspection and asking a doctor friend, it looked like a scrape. She fell against something. It wasn't anything huge. The movie was 2009. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Look, here's the thing. Bess Hill, I think, functioning alcoholic. But what I don't know, and what I can't figure out right now, and what we're going to leave as we move on to Hugh Riley, is what Bess Hill's relationship with this Will was. A small knife is used to cut garnishes for drinks. It is on the bar cart. Very well stocked bar cart in Bess Hill's home. Which we got a subpoena to, which there was a subpoena to investigate. And there was a very well stocked bar cart there, and a lot of bottles found in the trash bag, which Bess Hill was almost belligerent about. Cut themselves slicing limes, exactly. There's a lot of reasons. Constantly getting hurt. And Bess Hill would say it's because she's clumsy. Records would show it's because she was an alcoholic. Now, as we ponder why Jared Hoppin would lie about having Heather's belongings on him, why he had Heather's jacket that she was seen leaving work with it on, and why Bess Hill has any attachment to Heather's will. Why, Bess? You lost your house in the 2008 market crash. Why would you be in this victim's will? But as we think about that, we'll move on to Hugh Riley. But before that, let's reach out. Cut them and drink some water. Stay hydrated. Channel your inner Kool-Aid man. Oh, yeah. True. She is dead now, but like at the time of the murder. Where was she at the time of her murder, you know? Have a nice version, Cosmo. All right, that's what we have about that. And now Hugh Riley. Hugh Riley! Oh, he's big again, or at least he was a year or two ago. He did collabs that got him to cred with dudes rather than gals, which allowed him to get a career renaissance, which we don't respect artists that young girls like because our society is misogynistic. True. Although I didn't like Justin Bieber's personality and his actions, but it's very true. That he's had to work pretty hard. Justin Bieber is a very interesting case study. Let's just put it that way. Another thing to keep in mind, we have missing evidence to this place, to this case. Something is missing, something to tie this all together. The last puzzle piece to figure it out. Not only that, there was a letter to the police. Multiple letters, in fact, to the police about this. Who wrote them? What was in them? Things to keep in mind as we move on to Hugh Riley, subject number 2. Heather's younger brother by 2 years. He left the country 14 years ago. 13 years ago. After this case went cold, when no one could pin anything on anyone, Hugh left. And honestly, Hugh hated his sister. Could not stand his sister. And when asked about the case, he would come up with these grand scenarios of what could have happened to kill of how his sister was murdered, which left many uneased, because what kind of brother can come up with so many scenarios, so many vivid scenarios about how their sibling died? There was a receipt from a store after D6 1 through 3 before, 4 through 6 after the time of the murder. 7:06 after the murder. It's a receipt from a corner store nearby where Heather lived, down the street actually. Seen picking up a 40. Some baby wipes. And some Skittles. So, but here's the thing. Hugh Riley lived close to... I think Hugh Riley lived close to Heather. I think they both lived near where their parents lived. Even though Hugh didn't like Heather, Hugh still loved his parents. So he lived near them. And therefore, why can't he go to the corner store nearby? I think the receipt is just incidental. I don't think that really ties him. It ties him to, I guess he was near the space, but he lived near there. I can't, I don't think that's solid evidence. I don't think it's solid evidence. Just because, he gets off at work at the same time as Heather. He lives near Heather, coincidentally, because they live near their parents, and they live near the same gas station. Why can't he stop there after work? I don't think this evidence is good enough to pin him to this murder. Our goal is it was a 9, so we hit a 9. Oh, it's about to get real hard to get this evidence. Whew. Where is it? Receipt? Yeah, it's not strong enough evidence. It's purely coincidental. What am I supposed to do with that? Oh, he lives near Heather? Yeah, I know he lives near Heather. He'd be near Heather no matter what. He lives like 3 minutes from her home, because they both live about 5 minutes from their parents' house. So that's not really anything. Like, what am I supposed to do with that? That's inconsequential. I need to check something real quick. And then I'll read what you guys are saying in chat. I haven't rolled any doubles, right? No, I haven't rolled any doubles. I haven't really been paying attention to the dice themselves. So I'm happy to see that. I'm just making sure there's nothing important that happens when I reach max on this investigation. Although I shouldn't. Every time I fail, I have to move it down by one. So I'm assuming that's going to start happening fairly soon. But I just want to make sure nothing happens because there's something that happens when time reaches the top, but not. It doesn't look like there's anything, but I'm just going to check the book real quick. Because I just want to make triple sure. I just have to find where I have it saved. Let's see. His pivot was to collab with EDM folks starting in 2012. He started working with Skrillex and Diplo. I thought dudes just didn't like him because he was all autotune and no real talent. Lamau. I would hate to say it, but he is actually talented. He actually has a good voice and a good sense of musicality. It's just a shame his personality is kind of trash. But his 2017 collab with Luis Fonsi and Daddy Yankee's Despacito was a massive global hit, breaking records all over the world. I was really annoyed by that actually, that they put him on Despacito, the English version. It really felt like a favor to somebody somewhere. Societal views of talented music tend to value rock, which read as masculine, to value pop, which is read as feminine. The thing is that in 2024, even the roughest rock star is also using autotune, actually melody nowadays, yeah. They just use it in a way so you don't notice. Symphonies use it too. Everyone uses it now. Gotcha. Kind of like Elvis Costello role with rock music critics. Yeah. Did you win the investigation? Reaches the top? No, I don't think I do. I like the stuff he did with Diplo and Thievery Corp. And it's like, yeah, unfortunately he is talented. I just do not like some of his actions when he was younger. But yeah, I'm just real quick gonna actually read the actual book instead of my notes. I think this is just going to I think that it's just yeah, it looks like it's just gonna be it doesn't matter. It's just gonna be difficult because I have to roll a 12 for it to succeed if I reach the top. And if I reach the top, then things become a lot easier. Because I get to discount 2 pieces of evidence if I roll a 12 because it's going to be a match. It's going to be 2 sixes. And rolling a 12 is something special. Again, watch out for matches in the dice because that means I get my special move. And rolling 2 ones is bad. And rolling 2 sixes is very good. So keep an eye out for those things as we keep rolling. But yeah, everyone uses autotune nowadays. It's what makes music sound very polished in a way that it didn't before. And it's usually done for the studio options, but honestly, mics have it on now. People call it autotune. It's not autotune. Autotune is a little different. Like Trooper said, Melodine is the popular plugin nowadays, but yeah, Justin Bieber actually got famous because of his talent when he was younger. He was found on YouTube as a wee lad. I think he was like 12 or something. He was doing a cover, him and his guitar, and because of that he got big, and then Baby was given to him, and I don't think he wrote Baby, and that, obviously shot him into popularity, and he was all over the place when he was younger, obviously very popular with young women. And then as he got older, he had difficulty kind of fitting in with people, and people like had pegged him as like this younger, this young pop star, this pretty boy, and I think that really rubbed him the wrong way. And in desperation to get out of that, like, that sort of image, kind of like a lot of Disney stars, um where they kind of want to get out of this good girl, good boy sort of look. He really started um wearing and doing and hanging out with people that, that would be perceived as hyper masculine. He started hanging out with a lot of people, that had a lot of tattoos, and, rapped and did X, Y, and Z, and like he was always out partying, living that more rock star kind of life. And he did a lot of stupid things during that period of his life. The one I always think about is when he was him and his friends were spitting out of their hotel room from the top, from one of the top floors, and like just spitting on people. Out of their hotel room, and that's, what I always think of, because it's a stupid thing to do, but it's also like just really disrespectful, um and free of consequence, because obviously you're not going to get punched if you're spitting on someone from like 10 stories up. I think they were closer. I think they were like 5 stories. But after that, he lost a lot of momentum as an artist, because a lot of people stopped wanting to really work with him, because he had no niche anymore, despite him still making fairly popular music from his withstanding, um, you know, a girl craze crowd. Um, People still really listen to him, and he kind of still came out with like banger after banger, just kind of more spread apart. And then, in what a lot of people thought was a PR relationship, he got married because he was with, like, on again, off again with Selena Gomez for a long time, which, speaking of, a, a Disney gal, um, they were on again, off again, and eventually, Justin Bieber started dating Haley. Oh, I forget what Haley's last name was. Baldwin? I think it was a Haley. I think she's a Baldwin. Um, Now Haley Bieber started dating, and then very quickly thereafter got married. Um and then that was supposed to like tame his a lot of people thought it was a PR relationship. A lot of people still think it's a PR relationship because it was supposed to tame his image, because Haley Bieber is very well dressed, well behaved, very good girl aesthetic, and I'm very opposed to what Justin Bieber's appearances. And honestly, he's been very under the radar ever really since then. They're in that celebrity religion, Hillsong. Is that the church? They're in like that. They're in that church. And uh like I said, Justin has been very like low key for himself, his own personality for the most part. His personality has mostly just been in a relationship with Haley Bieber, while occasionally coming out on songs featuring and things like Despacito. Like you said, also I didn't think he was necessary to be in Despacito at all. Irritating, felt out of place. It annoyed me that a lot of people were listening to the Justin Bieber version as opposed to the Spanish version, just because Justin Bieber was on it and it was a very popular song, and they thought both of the songs were the same thing, so they always listened to the Justin. Neither here nor there. Yeah, no, just no class. It was, yeah, it's, he was, I understand he was young. He was, I believe he was still a teenager, but it's still just, it's always rubbed me the wrong way that he did that. And yeah, the whole Bieber transformation process was gross. It's such a great example of how rockstar machismo is toxic. Exactly. I stopped listening to the radio and following the pop genres a few years before he got started, so heard things via news wires and such. Yeah, it's like, uh, he still comes out with music. There was even like a YouTube video a few months ago, I think, at this point, where he was composing one of his, or he was working with an orchestra for one of his more recent songs, and I don't know like how real the video is. I don't know if it was like predetermined what was happening, but he it was shown with him essentially producing the beat for what would be the song by like singing something and then having the I call it an orchestra. It's a small a small symphony, a small like recording symphony would then copy what he was saying, and then after a while it would all go together and he would um he had the like the melody that he would then sing over. But yeah, like there's no question that he's a talented gentleman, but I don't know. He hasn't really done anything for me to think like he's any different than who he was back in the day. That's just my general opinion of Bieber. I don't think his music's bad. I in fact think the opposite of his music, but I have a hard time unassociating artists from their music a lot of the time. Especially with more modern artists that I am privy to, their existence as opposed to like older artists that I don't know anything about until I learn about them. But yeah, so that's our Justin Bieber aside there. Coming back to what's happening here. Again, back to this, we have Heather Riley, our middle-aged customer service working individual who had a pretty normal, um, you know, like there obviously she had an enemy in Best Hill, but she had a pretty normal reputation. She was liked, but not overly liked. She wasn't really hated. Um, yeah, very true of Vulpus. And I feel like that's something we're going to be learning more and more about as, things happen. Um, Heather Riley is the older sibling by 2 years of Hugh Riley, who we're about to speak about right now. But Heather Riley was stabbed in her own home. The only signs of what happened really were the facts that she struggled before her death and that there were footprints seen leaving the scene of the crime. We have some unusual events that happened. There were some letters to the police about this murder. And not only that, there was missing evidence that could not, the final piece that would attach one of these individuals, one of these four suspects, to the scene of the crime. So far, with Jared Hoffman, there has been a narrative that Jared Hoffman is a stalker. He cared more about Heather than Heather cared about him. But I think that Jared Hoffman was not a stalker. Those were just claims by a really unreliable, kind of not really trustworthy psychiatrist who just is a yes man. And the fact that he had no alibi is a lazy piece of evidence on a good day. I think he was just a coworker who was friends with Heather Riley, who was normally upset about the case. And because it was her friend and he was one of the last people to see her, I think that's affected him for so long. I think that's why he's still investigating the case. I think this is just a case of a man who had a friend that he really liked and suddenly they're dead and he didn't know how to cope. So he used the case to cope. Except there's still one piece of evidence we don't know how to justify. The victim's belonging, a jacket, owner of Heather Riley, one of Heather's favorite jackets was found in his possession. A jacket which he said Heather forgot at work, and he was holding on to it to give back to Heather. But Heather was seen leaving work with that jacket, so why did Jared lie? Then we have Bess Hill. Bess Hill hated Heather Riley. Bess Hill considered Heather Riley her enemy. She envied Heather Riley, and she was enthusiastic even about learning more about the case, about how she died. She was seen, however, being a workoutaholic. She's always at the gym, hardly ever ate anything, but she was always seen at this bar drinking. After working out, if you at her home, a lot of empty bottles, a fully stocked bar cart. Even the bartender said, "Yeah, Bess Hill was here at this hour, drinking." She looked harried. She looked like she'd been through some stuff. But Bess Hill always looked like that, because Bess Hill always went to the bar after work, after the gym. So much so that our working theory is that Bess Hill was an alcoholic. A clumsy alcoholic. Although is just, two of the same thing. A clumsy and an alcoholic. If you're not a working alcoholic, you're going to be clumsy. Why? Because you're drunk. And she was always injured, always hurting herself. Always falling, always stumbling into things. And the injury that was believed to be maybe a slice of the knife, an accident perhaps during the stabbing. Well, forensics and our own deduction and advice from our friends, our doctor friends, it doesn't look like anything a knife would do. It simply looks like an accident someone who fell would have, an injury someone who fell would have. So that crossed off. Our functional drunk Bess Hill, however, still has one piece of evidence against her. She has an attachment to the victim's will. Why would an enemy, self-professed enemy, someone who envied Heather Riley, being related at all to the victim's will? Why? Moving on to Hugh Riley. Hugh Riley, younger brother to Heather Riley, only by 2 years. Hated his sister, could not stand her. In fact, after she died, he left the country. He cared so little about the fact that this went cold, even indifferent to the fact that he was a main suspect to the murder of his sister. He just up and left the country. However, whenever he was asked about this case, every single example, something different, said something different imagination, a different scenario of why she was murdered, a different way she was possibly murdered. Every time different, every time a little more creative than the last, and every time just as disturbing that Heather Riley's own younger brother would say such things about his older sister. There was a receipt that placed him at a 7-Eleven down the street from where Heather Riley lived. However, Hugh Riley also lives near Heather Riley. Not really because he cared much about Heather Riley, but because his parents live 5 minutes away from both of them. Both Heather and Hugh. So this receipt just places him right next to his home. Not at all attached to, it cannot be solid evidence about placing him in the scene of the crime. However, there were tire tracks in his home. There were tire tracks outside of Heather Riley's home. Tire tracks that match Hugh Riley's old Silverado. His 2007 Silverado gray. Tire tracks that match those treads right outside of Heather Riley's house. Why was somebody who hated Heather Riley outside of their house? Why could you find fresh tire tracks? Fresh, muddy tire tracks. Why were they mudded up, Hugh? Well, what's up with that? Why so dirty? Well, I'll tell you why they're dirty. The Rileys, Mr. and Mrs. Riley, Hugh and Heather's mother and father, they were gonna have a get together that weekend. This is a Thursday. This death was a Thursday, you know? Grey's Anatomy Thursdays, we all remember. They were gonna have a get together on Saturday, and their parents hated that Hugh and Heather hated each other. They couldn't understand it. Why they couldn't just get along? They were family. Why couldn't they just get along? So, at I think their parents begged Hugh to go tell Heather in person about the party. Begged Hugh to reconcile with his sister. And I think that's why there were tire tracks out there. I think that's why they were there. Now, we are at a 10. We need, or 11. 10. Yeah, we need to roll a 10 or above. Hugh Riley. Was that really the reason you were there? Or was there another reason you were there? Oh, this is spicy. Okay. This is spicy. Because this is a fail. I failed. However, I rolled matches. I rolled 2 3s, which means I rolled matches, which means I switched this a little too early. I got excited by the music. That I get to use my special move. My special move being well connected. I use my connection with an org or a society to acquire specific information. What this means in the long run is that I get to roll 1d6 to determine which suspect to investigate and eliminate another piece of evidence. So while I'm looking at these tire tracks and I'm trying to make heads or tails as to why Hugh Riley would be there if not to murder his sister on the day she died, I'm rolling a d6 to roll. I'm rolling a d4. I'm rolling a d8. We're rolling a d8. 1d8. And 1, 2, it's Jared Hoffman. 2, 3, or 3, 4, it's Hugh Riley. 5, 6, it's Bess Hill. 7, 8, it's Jim Peters. Which one of these guys am I having a breakthrough on? It's Jared Hoffman. Jared Hoffman. While I'm thinking about Hugh Riley, while I'm thinking his tire tracks are there, while I'm moving through all my my papers, trying to think, Hugh Riley, why did you do it? Why did you really kill your sister? What would make a man kill his own sister? I get something back from my friends from IT. They're the best of the best. They can track down anything anywhere on the internet. If it had any source of technology in it, they could figure it out. You know, I would call them Geek Squad, but they don't like it when I do that. So, instead we'll just call them IT guys. The AVT club, or what's the AV club? These kids, grown adults, get back to me after I asked them to see if they could find Heather Riley wearing this jacket somewhere, before her getting home. And sure enough, Heather Riley, she stopped by Heather Riley came back to work before she left. or she left and then she came back. Apparently, she came back to, why would she come back to work? Why would anybody want to ever come back to work? I got it. Heather Riley left work with her jacket on, and Jared Hoffman having to stay back and finish up a couple of things, which he told us about before. He was still working there, entranced in finishing up his work so he could go home because he wanted to watch the season premiere of Grey's Anatomy. He needed to know what happened after that plane went down. He so into his work, he didn't even realize that Heather had already left and she had come back. Didn't even notice. He was still working on the same thing when she left as when she came back. And she came back because she was going to pick up a coupon. She left a coupon in her drawers that she was going to go pick up dinner with. Remember when coupons mattered a lot more? And this is when she got into conversation with Jared Hoffman about the finale. And in Heather's own fluttered movements and her quick movements, she had taken off her jacket to just carry it with her because she was getting hot. She accidentally left it on the chair where Jared said he picked it up from, and Heather left again, this time with San's coat. And Heather and Jared didn't lie to us. He, in fact, had picked up the jacket so it wouldn't get stolen by Bess Hill or anybody else at work after some trifling people, Bess Hill, were constantly rummaging through their cubicles, stealing random knickknacks. And Jared knew that this jacket was Heather's favorite, so he picked it up and made sure that it wouldn't get stolen so he could give it back to her tomorrow on Friday, and they get to talk all about the premiere of Grey's Anatomy. And with that, I think we get to reliably cross off Jared Hoffman as suspect number one. We're down to 3 suspects. We have Hugh Riley, Bess Hill, and Jim Peters. Sorry, I had to change the tracker. I forgot I hadn't yet. So with that, Hugh Riley, and it was his truck out there. And maybe he did stop by at the bequest of his parents. But neighbors place a silver Silverado outside of Heather's home around the time of the murder. Those tire tracks are a little damning, Hugh Riley. You were in the area with this receipt, and although you always would be because you were coming home from work. Why were you sending threatening messages, Hugh Riley? Why were you threatening your own sister? What was the hatred between you two? And was it enough for you to commit murder? Oh, what am I doing for slides? I'm doing Roll20. Or not Roll20. I'm doing PowerPoint. Everything is on all my tables. Everything here is on PowerPoint. So I can more easily go through everything. Oh, don't look at those plot twists yet. You don't know about them. I don't even know if we'll get them. We probably will. Our good luck rolling is is running out. Murder. Time to get back to murder. Pua. I bequeathed to Best Hill, my friend, my workout equipment. That'd be so fucking awful. PowerPoint and keying them out that is captured in OBS. I'm not even chroma keying them out. I simply have cut out that spot. From the thing. I created so the outside, that's all opacity. I created I just went into Clip Studio and I did a heavy opacity. I did like, I think 90 opacity, and I just did a fill tool to fill out the whole page. Then I downloaded and I put it in. And I put that so it would black out everything except the PowerPoint. So the PowerPoint itself that I have cut out on my thing. I did it all last night. I think I did everything last night. I didn't do any of the transitions I did everything last night. I didn't do it on stream where I did the like slide in, slide out transition on OBS, which I just learned was a thing. I didn't know that was a thing, but I did learn it. The one thing I am upset about, and it's just I was too tired this morning. I fell asleep at 1 p.m. And I woke up at 4 p.m. The one thing is I couldn't figure out because I don't know coding. I'd have to ask a friend to do it for me. But what I wanted to do is I wanted to set my buttons, my macros. So when I press the button, one button, it would move this token up. And then if I press another button, it would move the token down. And I know it's possible because it's not a very difficult process. The only thing is that I don't know how to do coding. Oh, you can tell me how to do that. See, no, you cheat. So I'm doing it by hand on OBS. I'm moving it. The only thing I managed to do is oh, I don't have it set up right now. I just had it so it would turn hide and unhide everything. I cheat. And I tried to do some Googling to get it, but my brain was mush this morning. Guys, I did these trackers, I did that myself. Yeah, I'm using regular OBS. Yeah. I drew these trackers myself this morning. I learned how to do the symmetry tool in Clip Studio. And then I realized after I spent all that time mirroring everything, all the filigree, that I had no label for either of the trackers, so I decided to do a vintage clock, which is you can barely see because of my mic, and a magnifying glass of the same sort. But yeah, my brain was mush this morning. It was the last thing I was gonna do because it was so unimportant, but I would have really loved to be able to do it because it would have been really easy to just press a button and it unhide my source and then show the other source. But I didn't want to do like a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 because it's too many. It's too many buttons. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. It would have been 12 buttons that I would have had the hotkey for it. But yeah, so that's a whole thing. But yeah, so that's what I did. Yeah, I went a little hard on it, just a little bit. I mean, all of these, everything on the screen right now is me. I did all of this. None of this is pre-made. All the art is me. minus the backgrounds. I didn't do the corkboard. I could have done the corkboard, but I chose to just use a free picture of a corkboard, and the same thing with the table, which I also could have just taken a picture of my own table. It's the same color, but I have a picture that's the same color. But yeah, so why Hugh Riley? Hugh Riley, Hugh Riley, why do you hate your siblings so much? Why were you sending him threatening messages? I see what you were saying about not wanting 12 buttons. Let me ponder this. I have StreamerBot. That's what I use to do fancy things. It's how I do hotkeys in because I don't have a Stream Deck. What I have is a number pad, and on this number pad, I have it as a separate keyboard, so I can use a program called HID Macros to rebind the keyboard buttons as like F whatever keys, right? As fake keys. So I can use my number pad on my normal keyboard and not be affected by this number pad. And so I have HID macros going through a special program to create batch files for me that work specifically with StreamerBot. So I can press a button and I can execute, whatever sub actions I need. Because the trigger will always be that batch file. Which is a little convoluted way of just like having like a fake Stream Deck. But yeah, there's so many things you can do on StreamerBot, and what I wanted to do, I believe I could do, and I could do it in like a weird way. It's just so much. It was too much for for like the amount of time I had left before stream and me wanting to get a little bit of sleep in. I wasn't going to be able to do it. Just unlike Hugh Riley, who I think may have done it. I don't know. I know Jim Peters has a retracted confession, a bartender putting him near the scene of the crime, and the actual murder weapons on him. But I don't know, Hugh Riley, it's just something rubs me the wrong way about a sibling wanting to, being enthusiastic about the death of their own sister, you know? What were you threatening her about, Hugh Riley? What did she do? What did she do so much that made you hate her? That made you create the most disturbing situations, imaginings of her murder? So little about your family, so much no contact left the country. What did they do? What did your family do to you, Hugh Riley, that was so egregious that you were constantly sending these messages to Heather Riley when she just simply was trying to reach out? What did Heather Riley do to you, Hugh Riley? What did you do? So much so that you left your parents in, when they were grieving the death of your sister. Did that bother you so much that you left the country? What could have Heather have done to create such ire in you, Hugh Riley? What was the tea? What was the drama? Heather Riley, friend of all. Just a normal reputation. 2009. Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. I need to check something real quick. I have to check what happened in 2009. In 2008, a popular song by an up and coming artist came out. A very popular pop song. One that would take the world by storm. one, I think that left a lot of people thinking about a lot of things, really reconsidering some things that happen. The position of certain things in society. This popular song being "I Kissed a Girl" by Katy Perry. A song that sent many, many people on a spiral of, I like this song a lot. I think Heather Riley kissed a girl and she liked it. I think she kissed a girl and she liked it, and I don't think Hugh Riley liked that. I don't think Hugh Riley liked that because Heather Riley was kissing on a girl that she liked. And it was Hugh Riley's girlfriend. Ex-girlfriend. I think Heather Riley was kissing up on Hugh Riley's ex-girlfriend. Then current girlfriend. Oh, there's also I Kiss a Girl by Jill Sobul. Sobul. Did that come out in 2008? And I think that, oh, that was 1995. That was a while ago. I think that Hugh Riley could not stand the fact that his sister, his own flesh and blood, stole his own girl from right under his nose. Who does that? A sibling. He loved her. He told Heather he was going to marry that girl. And what did Heather do? Heather kissed all up on that girl, and she liked that. And I think these messages Hugh sent more and more belligerent as he struggled with his own maybe drinking issues. Picking up that 40 from the corner store that we saw with that receipt, I think he was mad. I think he was furious that she would do such a thing, and even more furious that his parents were very docile on the matter. His own sister stole the love of his life for what, a fling? Let alone who he was going to consider his wife, left him for his own sister, who then left her for nothing. Why? Because she was just kissing on a girl. She's just trying things out. She's entered a whole new world. And stole her just because she could. Just because she wanted to kiss a girl. And you know what? Hugh Riley's ex was right there. And I think those threatening messages, while angry, while belligerent, while he luxuriated in the moment about the fact that his sister died and got what was coming to her, I don't think he did it. I don't think he could do it. Never in those threatening messages did he say, I'm going to come and I'm going to stab you and I'm going to kill you for what you did. Those threatening messages were, stay out of my life. Stop trying to contact me. You're dead to me. You are no longer my sister. A sister wouldn't do this. A real family member wouldn't do this. The fact that mom and dad aren't taking my side on this and they're staying neutral is criminal. I don't think these threatening messages were threatening enough. I don't think they ever threatened to kill her. I think they just threatened her in a normal way of, you stole the love of my life, you bitch. Our target goal here is 12, 11, 10. 10. We need to roll a 10 or above. Were you threatening to actually kill her, Hugh Riley? Oh, Hugh Riley. Oh, Hugh Riley, it's not looking good for you, bud. Not only did I roll a 2, and not roll a 10, I rolled a 2. I rolled Snake Eyes. And when you roll Snake Eyes in this game, that's not good. Oh, Hugh Riley. When you roll a 2, not only was my assumption wrong, it sets back my investigation. There's a new piece of incriminating evidence against Hugh Riley. And I have to roll on the incriminating, not even just evidence, incriminating evidence. Incriminating evidence. Oof. Not good, buddy. And that's not good for you. That's not good for you. I think maybe he did kill her. Like, I'm not saying he killed her. I'm just saying it's very possible he killed her. Oh, is there not an incriminating evidence? It's just the regular evidence board. It's just called incriminating just to make it. Oh yeah, no, it's all incriminating evidence. For me, if I see evidence, I just assume it's incriminating, but I guess that's not synonymous. Anyways, back to this. We're rolling 3d6. What is the new piece of evidence against you, Hugh Riley? 2, real evidence. 1, the first table. 3, the victim's DNA, Hugh Riley. Oof. That's rough, bud. That's real rough. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm gonna keep vouching for you, bud. But the victim's DNA, that's a hard one, bud. I'm not gonna lie to you. That's pretty hard to. That's pretty hard to fight against, bud. I mean, we knew that that he was at Heather Riley's home. We knew that he was in Heather Riley's home prior to the death. You shouldn't have brought up that damnation in your threats. True. Blood DNA or saliva? Maybe it's from them kissing. Ew. Um, victim's DNA. How do I? Oh man, Hugh Riley, but oof. So not only was I wrong. Oh, hold on. I need to. Is there any special rules um for what I need to do when I roll a 2? No, it's just a fail. I need to move my investigation tracker down by 1. And I need to move my time up by 1. Let's move this over to the side, because for the most part, Jared is no longer our number 1 suspect. Can I move this? Oh, why don't you let me? Whatever. Okay. So tire tracks were at the house. He was sending threatening messages to his sister. There's a receipt that didn't really count for much because it was just from his local store that he lived right next to anyways, because he lives near Heather and more importantly his parents. And then the victim's DNA. And we know he had her jacket. No, Jared's the one who had her jacket. Hugh did not. That was Jared. That was the victim's belongings. I know it looks like a jacket, but it's or like a backpack, but that's just the neutral thing. Oh, I forgot to ask. What are my pronouns or she they? Thank you so much for asking, Time. My pronouns are she they. What was the other thing? I forgot to ask. Did he cut his hand breaking in or getting the jacket? As far as we know right now, he was not at all injured in this. The only person who we knew had a documented injury was Bess. As far as we know, the only evidence we have against Hugh Riley that puts him at the scene of the crime is the tire tracks found outside of her home, the threatening messages he was sending her, and now the victim's DNA. I'm gonna delete it. There we go. Right now we only have 3 pieces of damning evidence. The tire tracks, the victim's DNA, and the threatening messages. Ooh, what? Man, Hugh Riley. I was already disproven on the tire tracks. You were in fact threatening to kill, looking further into the chat logs, which unfortunately there are a lot of them, not only physical, but also through, my guys at IT, pulled out some more IMs from AIM, and found some more damning things about Hugh, sending things to Heather saying, if I see you again, I'm going to kill you. Which, normally it's kind of like a non-threat. Just being like, I'm gonna kill you. Most people don't actually kill anybody. But in this case, the person did end up dead, so. Ooh, Hugh Riley. There was also the victim's DNA. I mean, we knew that Hugh Riley went to her home. We knew that he was there because of the tire tracks. So why couldn't the DNA be there? I'm not saying Hugh Riley is innocent, but I'm not saying he killed Heather Riley. It was said that Heather Riley had shown signs of struggle before she died. What if those signs of struggle? What if Hugh Riley got in a fight with Heather Riley prior to a physical altercation occurred? And Hugh Riley, being the younger sibling, being, the younger brother, it was bigger than Heather, statistically. Just second siblings are usually a lot bigger than the older siblings. I don't know what the math is there, but they're usually bigger. I think Hugh Riley went there willing to make amends if Heather apologized for ruining his life. But Heather couldn't let good enough be. And I think that Hugh Riley could not contain his rage. And there was a minor altercation that occurred. One that left him so enraged that I think that's why there were tire tracks outside of her home and why the neighbor saw a silver Silverado peel out of her from her driveway. Because I think that Hugh Riley did not kill his sister, but I do think that he laid hands on his sister prior to somebody entering her home and killing her. Rolling 2d6. Our goal here is 12, 11, 10, 9. We have to roll a 9 or better. Ooh, that's a 5. I'm really trying to fight real hard for you here, Hugh Riley, and it's just not working. We might have to move on to Jim Peters. I think Hugh Riley's our villain here. I don't think there's any coming back from this man. But we did hit 5 on our tracker, on our time tracker, which means that there's a plot twist. Plot twist, plot twist, plot twist. So when the plot twist happens, we get to roll on the special plot twist table. Now we're rolling 2d6 once more. Our first d6 is going to determine whether we're on the left table or the right table, and the second number is gonna tell us which of the things happened on this table. 2 1s. A dead suspect. Oh no. Oh no. Plot twist. One of our suspects is dead. Hugh Riley is dead. Out of the country. Word just got back to me. Hugh Riley is DEAD dead. I don't know what happened to you, Hugh Riley, but you're dead. What happened? What happened to you? Why are you dead, Hugh Riley? Hugh Riley. Oh no! I have to roll a d6. Never mind. Hold on. This just in. It's not necessarily Hugh Riley. It's one of our other suspects. Although it can't be Beth Hill because Beth Hill's already dead. Roll one d8 and see which of these three people are. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We have to roll again because that's the best. Jim Peters! No! Oh, he was trying so hard to clear his name! No! I'm dead! This morning, Jim Peters is dead! Oh no! Jim! What happened? What happened to you, bud? Why did you die? No, I was rooting for you! Oh no! Oh no! Jim, maybe it's a curse, I tell you. I don't know what happened to Jim. Well, we ponder the fact that it's probably Hugh Riley who's the murderer, even though he's out of country. What happened to Jim? Let's move over here on Jim Peters, relative to Heather Riley, trying to clear his name actively. 15 years after the fact, he's still trying to clear his name, everyone. He's he cared about the victim, and he was frustrated about the case. He could not stand the fact that this case was unsolved. This unsolved case has followed him all up until his death. His name never cleared. He confessed to the police that it was him. He did it. But he retracted the confession. It did not stand up in court. They said that he was coerced, that they had them in that room for so long that he just wanted to get out. And no matter what, he just wanted to get out of there. He couldn't stand being in that small room. He felt claustrophobic. This confession was made under duress and therefore not a real confession. And I believe them. I believe that Jim Peters. I do not believe in any confession made in a police room without an attorney nearby, without an attorney spoken to beforehand. I don't think that Jim Peters, I do not think that this confession has any merit at all here. What we have to roll here is 11, 10, 9, 8, 7. A 7 or above. Jim Peters, did you mean it? He did not. This retracted, looking at the footage from inside the inside the let's do black. The red's a little too hard to see. Um, Looking at the footage, he was kept in custody for the full 24 hours, 48 hours he can be held without a cause. There with only water and a piece of bread to get him through. He was mistreated in that room, in that police room. Jim Peters wanted to get out. He had a history of claustrophobia, and he could not get out. No matter what, he stood up and did not speak to the cops until he could not stand it anymore, and he confessed. The details in this confession don't even match up with what happened. And it's just parroted what the cops said to him, and all the facts weren't real. Just like they aren't in that confession. Jim Peters died trying to clear his name. A bartender said they found him drunk out of his mind, or a bartender served him drunk out until he was drunk out of his mind the day that Heather died. He entered the bar 30 minutes after the projected death of Heather Riley, and he did not leave until that bar closed at 2 a.m. He was drunk. He was crying. I think Jim Peters had other troubles. It's 2009. Maybe he just watched Grey's Anatomy and he's devastated that Lexi's dead and Mark's now all alone and not going to, and he just passed out. Is Mark dead now? Meredith is crying. Arizona can't move. There's wolves all over the place. I think he's devastated about what's happening in Grey's Anatomy. And I think that it's just coincidental that these two things mixed up. I think there were other matters in Jim Peters' life that made him be at that bar all day, all evening, until he was blackout. I do not believe. Oh, sorry. I forgot to move that. I do not believe that that bartender, or that is a real piece of evidence that corroborates Jim Peters being there. What we have to roll is an 8 or above. Can we do it? Jim Peters, is that really why you got drunk? Not because you murdered a niece you cared to care about? That's a fail with a 4. That's a fail with a 4. We're moving our time token up. We were here, right? 11, 10, 9, 8. Moving this down to 7. Jim Peters was heard crying about Heather. But why was he crying about Heather? Why was he crying about Heather? And why, Jim Peters, were you later found with a murder weapon in your hand? Why indeed? While we think about that, let's go back to Bess Hill. Jim Peters dead this morning. The retracted confession made under duress. Was it really a duress from being locked in the room almost unjustly? Or was it something else? Keep that in mind as we move over into Beth Hill. Why were you attached to the victim's will? I have 3 separate ideas for this victim's will. Either she was in it, she proctored it, or she was removed from it. We're rolling another d6. If 1, 2, she was in it. 3, 4, she was removed from it. 5, 6, she's the one who wrote it or was in the writing process. Maybe she was the notary for it. 5, 6, she was the notary for it. She was a notary from it. Love the music. Thank you. It was good in that moment. I think I remember when you wrote that. I don't think Beth Hill is a good person. In fact, I think that's why she was killed. I think she was killed because she really just thought she was hot shit, and that she could get away with anything because but she was a woman, just a little old woman, um, innocent as could be. And I think in the victim's will, I think she was a notary for it. And I believe she altered this will in one way or another that made it void. Um, I think she null and voided this will of testament, and it caused a huge issue for the estate of Heather Riley. But I don't think that necessarily means that Bess Hill murdered her. I don't think there's any correlation there except for the fact that she was wicked in her heart. True or not, what are we trying to break? We're trying to hit a 7, I think. 5, 6, 7. Yeah. 7 or above, that's what we're aiming for. Beth Hill, is that why we had our victim as well? An 8. You're just an ornery person, Beth Hill. You had hate in your heart and really just a poor job at you just bad at your job as a notary. If you weren't already dead, your license revoked. You'll never work in the city again, Bess Hill. But I don't think you killed her, Bess Hill. And with that, Bess Hill has no more evidence against herself. And therefore, Bess Hill is maybe dead. But she is not our murderer. Which leaves us with Hugh Riley and Jim Peters. Jim Peters just found dead this morning, actively trying to clear his name since the moment he confessed, was found with a murder weapon. Hugh Riley hated his sister. His sister stole her fiance for pennies. Seen peeling out of Heather Riley's home. Meanwhile, Jim Peters found drunk, blackout, at a bar near the scene of the crime, and then later found with the murder weapons in his possession. Riley, in an altercation with his sister after sending threatening messages after saying all this, talking all of this shit about his sister because she stole his girlfriend, his almost fiance, ring in the pocket, found them in a compromising position, something Hugh could never forgive her for. But would he murder his sister? Was the victim's DNA found on Hugh Riley? Because he killed her? Or was he just simply in that house? What happened here? Was this victim's DNA? You were in the house. This victim's DNA found on Hugh Riley's jacket. I think they got in an altercation, but the way that the DNA was on Hugh's clothing. Oh, this one's hard. This is real hard. I don't know how I'm gonna out advocate for either of these two in this case. This is really hard. I don't know how to make them seem innocent. Um, I can't think of how Jim Peters would. I have. I'm thinking that Jim Peters. So this is my working theory right now. I'm thinking Jim Peters was living with Heather. I'm thinking Jim Peters is her uncle, and I think Heather was letting him stay with her because Jim was troubled, right? He was having like 2008 hit him hard. He was having trouble finding a job. He didn't have enough savings to get him through the financial crisis that was happening. Um, and I think it was really hitting him hard. I think that's why he was um blackout. I think he was blackout at this bar because he was drinking his woes away. I think he got frequently drunk because of just the fact that his life was where it was. He was once successful in a successful retailer, and now here he was having to live with his niece because um he couldn't afford an apartment anywhere. He couldn't afford to rent. And he was jumping from um family member to family member's couch after having spent time sleeping on friends' couches. And his niece let him stay with him for a prolonged period of time. And I think he got back home blackout drunk. As our bartender said, he was blackout. And when he got there, he um he didn't even notice that she was dead. Um, he didn't notice anything because he was blackout. And when he woke up, he found the murder weapon and hung over, confused, stumbling out. Um, he and that's how he found her. Or maybe he can like use a knife for something because he didn't even realize it. Because when you stay at somebody's home, especially when you're kind of like ashamed to have to be there, you don't feel comfortable entering like every portion of the house because it's not your house, you're a guest there. So there's places you don't go, like you wouldn't go into you don't ask many questions, right? And I think Jim Peters would mostly try to keep to himself. Probably almost never stayed in the house out of shame. He probably only came to like sleep when he spent most of the day trying to find working like laborious side jobs or like stuff like that, right? And maybe the murder weapon was like maybe he's one of those guys that always has like a knife on him, like a Bowie knife or something. For especially if he's like working in construction, working landscaping, those jobs that A lot of people use as side jobs to make some money, some extra money on the side, but that was like the only job Jim Peters could get. Maybe that's the vibe. Maybe he had a knife, um, and he just didn't think anything of it. He just didn't think anything of it. It was his knife, and that's why he was found with a murder weapon. He didn't even see her, and I think it's on. And I think he was just drinking his sorrows away. I think that's why the murder weapon was there, and I think that's why the bartender was there, and I think that's why he was trying to clear his name and frustrated at this that they would never find it. Always have a knife on you, especially in construction, exactly. So I think that's why. I think that's what it is. What do we have to roll? What do we have to roll? Is this an 8? 11, 10, 9, 8. All right, we're looking for an 8 or above. Come on, Jim. I'm rooting for you, bud. And let's go, Jim Peters. It was your knife, but what are you gonna do? You told them time and time again what it was. In a later discussion about when they brought him back in, this time with a lawyer next to him, he talked through what happened that morning and why he didn't even see that she was there. Didn't even know, didn't even register that the reason that this knife was dirty was not because it was full of his niece's blood, but because he just had a lot of knives that he used all the time, and um, you know, they get dirty, and it just looked, you know, dirty. So he just, did a quick wipe of it with like one of the dish towels and just walked off with it. He was too nauseated to really think much more of it, and didn't really think much of it because he was a guest. Uh, Heather was letting him live here when everyone else kind of just gave up on him. So he was not going to ask any questions. He is, yeah, you're not going to ask any questions, especially when he's hungover. And I think, again, that's why he was blackout. I think same reason. Because he was drinking his woes away. Is that why you were drunk? Were you drunk because you were sad about the state of your affairs? Jim Peters, you lost your job as a realtor after the housing crash of 2008. Is that why? No, I don't know what I had to roll. 11, 10, 9. Jim Peters, I was rooting for you. Yes, Jim Peters. You were drinking your woes away. Bartender would later go on to say when looking at further footage from across the street from an ATM from a later date, you could see Jim Peters going to the same bar for the same reason and coming out at around the same time, being brought out by bouncers because he was too wobbly on his feet. Before he called a taxi and got a ride home. Hey, thank you so much, Bude. Hey, Sphinx, how you doing? Bude. Hi, everyone. Hi. Hydrate with water, not whiskey. I'll just dehydrate that way. Which means Hugh Riley, tire tracks, threatening messages, not enough to vilify you, Hugh Riley. It wasn't enough to vilify you, but victim's DNA, that was our missing piece of evidence. That was lost. That was lost to us. But it just came in as evidence that was backlogged, or like information that was backlogged. It was in a file that got misfiled. It got misorganized. It got put in the wrong file. So we never saw this missing evidence. Never knew that this victim's DNA was found. That was what was on your jacket. Something you always claimed to have been, I don't know, like just blood from the butchers or something. when really, Hugh Riley, you were the butcher. It was you, Hugh Riley. You sent threatening messages to your sister. Not only did you send threatening messages to to your sister, you sent letters to the police. You wrote to the police almost in a deranged way, now matching the messages you sent Heather and the messages sent to the police, comparing and contrasting the two. You could see the comparison in the writing. You could see the pose matching up. You see the threats being the same. You bring up the interviews where you talk about your sister being murdered in all the imaginative ways that could be. They were all the ways you imagined killing her, weren't they, Hugh Riley? It's why, as soon as the case went cold, you immediately left the country, leaving your parents behind because your sister stole your fiance, the love of your life. She was going to be the person you spent the rest of your life with, but instead, your sister comes in, doesn't even have a care in the world, and she's ruining your life, Hugh Riley. She ruined your life. She took away the one person you loved more than anything in this world, and your parents couldn't care less. They said, we have to support your sister in this time. You know, a lot of people won't be okay with this. It's hard for people like Heather out there. You wouldn't care. Who cares if your sister was gay or not? The only thing that mattered is that she took the love of your life away, and you, cold-blooded, you came into that household at the behest of your parents, and she lauded the fact. Um, she, sorry, have a brief conversation in the middle of that diatribe. Um, You sent messages to the police. This victim's DNA was the last thing that needed. The neighbors saw you leaving the house. The tire tracks put you there. Your parents asked you to go to her house and invite her to the get together that Saturday. Oh, something that left you seething. You were already on the edge, but you said, for your parents, I'll do this just this once, just so they'll stop nagging me, just so they'll stop trying to get me to get along with her. You go there, and she rods it in your face that you're single now, asking, "Oh, are you gonna bring someone?" I'm thinking of bringing someone, and you couldn't. You saw red. You took out. You picked up the closest knife, on the table where the keys are. You picked that up. You unsheathed it. She said, "You're not gonna do it," and you blinked, and suddenly, uh, Heather was sputtering. She could not believe what you did. And you blink again. Suddenly, she's falling to the ground. She's clawing at you, trying to get you to stop. But you don't. You don't until she stops moving. And then you put the you put the knife back where it was. You walk out of the house. You you go back to your home. You burn your clothing, and you go about the rest of your day. You hear the next day that your sibling's dead. Your parents devastated. Your uncle in custody. You hear they got a confession out of him. The police say neighbors saw a silver Silverado, and we see some. We heard one peel out. You say, yeah, you visited her that day, earlier in the day, asking her to go to your parents' get together on Saturday. But you were in a fight, so you left almost quickly as you got there, and they believed you until they saw the evidence against you. And I think everyone knew, Hugh Riley. Everyone knew that you did it. But at the end of the day, they couldn't pin you to it. Threatening messages weren't enough. Tire tracks weren't enough. You were her brother. Of course you were going to visit your sister. Of course, the receipt was from a store nearby. You both live near each other. But the one thing that was missing was that DNA found on your person. And you got so lucky, Hugh Riley. 15 years. 15 years, Hugh Riley. And not a single person could put anything on you. You left the country. No one could put you onto it. People believed it was a stalker, the Jared Hoffman. People believed it was the dead bitch Beth Hill. And most people, Hugh Riley, thought it was your Uncle Jim Peters, the drunk, who never got his life back together. Found with the murder weapon, a confession he retracted. He was the one everyone looked at. No one ever looked at you, did they, Hugh Riley? And that was perfectly okay with you. As you sip on your cocktail on a beach somewhere. But that's okay. Because you hear the sirens in the background. You don't think much of them. Crime's pretty rampant in the country you're in, so it's not a sound you aren't accustomed to. However, they get closer and closer, and you hear them stop nearby. You hear the shuffling of people. You don't think much of it. You're enjoying the sunset, the beach, just as you had every day since landing in this country. And then you hear in that foreign language that you've come to learn, are you Jim? Are you Hugh Riley? And that's where we end. Case closed, a cold case. Solving the murder of Heather Riley, the middle-aged customer service worker who really liked the song I Kissed a Girl, and I liked it. That was Case Closed, a Cold Case by Wim Lawson. If you're interested in it, it's over on itch. There's a link. It's a wonderful game. And it's very easy to get into. It's very easy to prepare. It's not that easy to prepare as all of the stuff for a stream, but the game itself is very easy. And it's all just setting up the case, setting up the detective, setting up the victim, setting up the suspects, and setting up the case. It is all it has is two trackers. We have our time tracker, we have our investigation tracker, and you track that, and that's who you're rolling against. This is very good. Thank you, Time 628. And I think that was a ton of fun. I really enjoyed that. I really like that. As promised, tomorrow we'll do a breakdown on the game to see what I liked, what I may not have liked, and things I'll be looking for in the future. This was I really enjoyed pretty much the entire process from beginning to end, from setting up everything. Obviously, not my favorite part is having to do logistics. So having to write the outline for myself so I'd have the rules on hand and easy to understand while I set up the rest of the game. I and writing out all the tables. I just don't like doing tables. That's a me thing. But having to I chose to copy over the tables so I could do things like this and pop it in on the screen so I could be like, yes, victim's background, and switch over back to the main screen. I know I wanted to do like a paper, and honestly, by the time I finished doing all the evidence and things like that, I found that I felt pretty satisfied that everything, all the information we would need would be on the page that you see here. I think it could have served me a little bit better to have another workspace or like another page that I could have used here on Roll20, like that I could switch to like that. and on this page have like the information about the victim and the case, all the stuff that I wrote down over here, but I didn't write down just because I didn't think about it prior to. I didn't have time to run a I didn't have time to run a trial run of this game. So I didn't actually so everything I did was just what I believed it would be. I enjoyed doing all the NPCs. I definitely feel like I improved over time in making them. Like Hugh Riley was one of the I think not the last person I did, but one of the last people. In fact, three of these people I did at the end, I believe, of the session. But you see here, this time I had a low roll, so I only had 7 NPCs I needed out of the 21 I made. But that's okay. That means I can have so much fun. These are so good. I have all the evidence. I did all the evidence myself also. Um, I like the Polaroids. I feel like they could be more white. I feel like they're a little gray. But I feel fine with that. And I did the trackers this morning. All these trackers I did at. Hold on, I could tell you. I could tell you when I finished them because I sent them straight to my friend after I finished them. I probably started them at 9-ish, 9 a.m. ish, and I finished them at 10:30 a.m. ish. Um, and that's because I had to learn. I had seen on TikTok people like drawing and it being mirrored on like the other side of the drawing, and I was just like, okay, can I do that on Clip Studio though? Because I had seen people did that. I saw them using Procreate. So I was like, can I do it in Clip Studio? And so I Googled it. You could, in fact, do it in Clip Studio. I did it, and I did it for the up and down, and only one half. So everything on, how do I do this? Um, like everything from here to here, I did all at, and I did all of that, and then I just mirrored it over. And then just because I was like, I don't want to, after putting this much work into doing the filigree, I would like to do something that's more fancy than just writing time and investigation next to these trackers. So I decided to do a clock for time, with kind of a vintage spin on it, and then the um the magnifying glass for investigation. I did this on stream where I made sure to put, although I had one roll at the time, and maybe one roll would have been better. I anticipated doing 2 rolls at once more often, but I didn't. Oh, I did the game thing and the rules thing to make sure that if anyone was curious, they could just do that. I chose game night about 20 minutes before stream started, and the case closed also. Um, Case closed, Cold Case RPG with Win Lawson. Also, something else I just, wrote down real quick. But yeah, so um, this is just OBS stuff. Where I just have a hotkey where I could put this up. I have like I said, I put an opacity behind everything except the PowerPoint window that I just smushed down. The roles, because that would be important, and the branding, because it looked a little silly without the branding, and also I felt like it was important to just keep emphasizing that whenever I had the chance. Um, have a good day. Thank you, Wolfus. You did a very good job with them. I appreciate it. These are so good. Thank you. Did you know PB is very skilled? I watch a lot of stuff. And sometimes I get to try it out myself. But I appreciate it. I knew this about PB. Thank you. Rules. What's everything? Everything you. Oh, did was amazing. You're brilliant. So many little touches. Yeah. Oh, the swipe in, the swipe out. I didn't even know that was a thing. Also, the fade in of the opacity in the back. I want it to look like, the old bulbs. I'm sure you guys are older than I am. No offense, but the bulbs, the old bulbs of light, how they would retain light for a little bit, and after you turn them off, and then they would dim out. Damn it, you're feeling attacked. Yeah. I wanted to have that feel with the opacity. So like, um, when the lights turned on, I wanted it to be fast, right? Because turning on the lights was quick, but turning them off took a little bit longer. So that's why I have a little bit of a longer fade when it comes in, and then it gets really bright right afterwards. Um, yeah, some of us are that old. I mean, I remember them. I'm only 30. I remember them. Um, let's see. Anything else? Yeah, this is all roll 20. Everything on the screen. This is all roll 20. I'm just used the Polaroids that I did. The Polaroids all are just like a cutout of whitish gray uh tone, and I made all the NPC portraits a square. They're all 1,000 by 1,000. And the filaments, and yes, only 30. You young snapper. They're all 1,000 by 1,000, so they're a square. And the cutout I did on the Polaroid is 1,000 by 1,000. So using that template, I was able to just insert every single one of the things I made into it very easily, which is why I was able to do the suspect Polaroids very quickly and the psychiatrist, bartenders, etc. Um, those were the only ones I had to do on the fly. Although I had uh, yeah, like how that was just slid in. Should have been your last night. What? When we were discussing the years to make it a cold case. Um, but let's see. Yeah, so all the evidence stuff I did last night, the night before last, over 2 nights. Um, the night before last is when I did all the evidence, and the same thing. I just drew everything, and then I did the Polaroid afterwards. I just copy pasted everything. Um, Everything was done in Clip Studio because that's the program I know the best. Is there anything else I need to talk about? Oh, the slide in and out that happens up top. I think you can do that on OBS also. I use Mix It Up, although I think you could do it on StreamerBot also. I just used Mix It Up before StreamerBot. Both of those are just free programs to help do more with stream. Just like I could say, anyways, here's, here's Wonderwall. Oh no, I had to unplug and replug in my mic. Ugh. I need a new USB interface. My USB interface is on its way out. I have to unplug it and replug it in fairly often now. Anyways, here's Wonderwall. No, it's not gonna work. Today is gonna be a day. Ba 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 ba. Here, I'll give it to you now. Um, you can have all sorts of transitions in OBS. Yeah, exactly. Um, but yeah, the rules and games things is just on a timer on Mix It Up. It's just I have a preset thing there now because of I have a preset thing there now for why is my brain? I know why my brain's broken. I'll have a preset because I do other things there. Occasionally, you'll see a Broom Kitty pass by. I turn Broom Kitty and the googly eyed melon off for the stream. Whenever like September is on, I have the thing there to just for a reminder because I never talk about it. I always forget to. Um, and think I should have a Ko-Fi thing there, but like I have a Ko-Fi thing up there all the time, so that's there. If you guys would, for anyone who is interested in that. But yeah, so that's it. I just have this on the hotkey so I can bring this up and out often, and it controls the opacity and um, and the PowerPoint together. But yeah, so if you guys are interested in more, feel free to ask me. I'm more than happy to talk about it. I probably will be doing another. I'll probably be doing several more solo TTRPGs in the future. I feel like I have a better handle now that I have the overlay done. I feel like it's a lot going to be a lot easier um to get into it. I kind of know what I need and what I don't need. Although the things I don't need, like I said, we'll talk more about it tomorrow. I kind of want to like sleep on it and like look back on how today went. And I don't know what other majors did this, but in college we had to. There was a lot of times where we'd have to teach a lesson in class, um, and then we'd get peer reviewed. They would tell us like, here are the things you can do better, and then you yourself are supposed to watch the footage of you teaching and review it, and then write it down, and write down like your own criticisms and things you thought you could do better and things you thought you did well. I never really liked doing that, not so much because I didn't care to watch myself, teach or whatever, but because like I remember everything that was happening while I was teaching, and I in the moment would know what went well and what didn't go well. So I just need a little time separate to, it's anxiety. I think about everything. I was anxious going into this, but very quickly calmed down. So tomorrow we'll do a recap as to how I feel about solo TTRPGs, what I think. I say tomorrow, maybe not tomorrow. One, like a different stream. I'll talk about it. I think I like Wednesday for doing solo TTRPGs. It feels like a nice middle. It gives me enough time to prepare if I wasn't able to do it on the weekend, to do stuff, and then afterwards I'll have time to do stuff later. Uh, once you get things set up, it's easier to do a second time. Yeah. You did a great job. Thank you. I really enjoyed it. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I'm glad you guys enjoyed it. It was a lot of work, but totally worth it. It's like I had to think like nothing at all about putting things up on the on Roll20, and I could just focus almost wholly on the story. Um, I'm glad you guys enjoyed it. I'm here to, yeah, absolutely, Trooper. No, absolutely. There were some things that I was doing to set up this morning, that I'm like, damn, I wish I had more time. If I had another day, there would be about 3 of my friends right now that would be inundated with questions. Um, Luckily for me, this was a 2d6 system, so I could just easily type that in. In the future, I'm sure I'm going to have to learn how to do macros for certain games, but for now, this is great. Yeah. Is there anything else I want to talk about today before ending? I don't think so. I can help with, yeah, forms. That is something to go to Trooper when I need it. And absolutely, don't you worry, Trooper. I am not unafraid to ask questions. I just don't know what questions. I just only ask questions when I know what questions to ask. But yeah, so I'll be looking at. I am going to be organizing my RPGs. I did suggest for Roll20 questions, yeah. I'm gonna be going through all the RPGs I have from different bundles on itch and downloading them all, organizing them all, taking your suggestions. If you guys are over on the Discord, I have a particular channel specifically for um your recommendations, and a lot of you guys have sent a ton of solo TTRPGs. I'm also looking for for 2 to 3 GM-less TTRPGs because I would also be interested in playing games on the channel that are GM-less for 1 or 2 of my friends to come and hang out and play also. Um, and do the same thing we did today, like a solid like 3 to 4 hour game session. I also bunch of recommendations. GMless games with 2 to 3 people. I am so happy to hear that, Trooper. Actually, though, um, I have gone through itch and I have looked at a lot of them. And like I said, look, you're just saying, I'm more than happy to be suggested everything, Trooper. You trust me. Like I said, I'm looking. Um, it's just very, it's like, so yeah, so if anyone has any suggestions, feel free to, DM them to me or Trevor, we can talk later. And you could also throw them over in my Discord if you are interested in doing so. Um, for solo, so this is what I wrote. So solo TTRPGs, I'm looking for a game that I could play in 1, maybe 2 sittings. At least that's what I was looking for before. I think I'm still interested in that because there's so many solo games. And I'd like to get through a lot of them. But feel free to recommend a longer to play system since I don't know what my preferences will be as of yet, which is true. Where the goal is telling a story from beginning to end, kind of like we did today. I'm looking for a system right now. I'm still looking for systems that hold my hand to guide me through a story. Kind of like this one was just me rolling on a lot of tables to set up the scene, and then from there, um, then from there, um, be able to sorry, I'm so distracted by something and I stopped looking. Yeah, I'm looking for a system that holds my hand, just like this one did with its tables to set up the scene, and therefore, and with those, I could use them as my own like toys to make up my own story. Um, I'm hoping to get a nice spread of games that I can look through and see what options are out there. I'm certain I want a system to facilitate a story. That's my number one thing. I want a system that will facilitate a story. I'm not really interested in anything like number crunching. I'm interested in stuff that will challenge me as someone to create a story. For small group TTRPGs, same thing as above, something that tells a story. I'm looking for a GM-less one-shot system where telling the story from A to Z is a priority. I want to bring on a friend or friends onto the stream and play together for 3 to 4 hours. So if you guys were interested, that's what I'm looking for. Like I said, a ton of people suggested a bunch of things, and I have some own my systems that I saw from my searching that caught my interest. The next one I'm thinking of doing, that I think is another one that'll be like a good kind of like me slowly ramping up to do some of the systems that I really really want to do, but I don't feel comfortable doing as of yet. It is, oh, what is it called? It sounds exactly like another system that I wanted to run, but it is called, I think it is Wretched Wasteland. Yeah, it's Wretched Wasteland is the next one I think I want to try out. I need to like really go into the system and read it and see what it's like. But Wretched Wasteland is a story in or is a system in which you're a scout from a post-apocalyptic compound and you just discovered a large raider camp, and now it's our job to get back to the compound and warn our people. There's a vast, dangerous wasteland that separates you from your goal. Mutated animals in the burning hot sun, treacherous ruined land, wanderers of the waste, and lack of water. And a raider has just spotted the reflection of your binoculars. You're low on supplies, out of ammo, and trying to keep 2 steps ahead of a pack of raiders while dodging the worst of the wasteland can conjure. You'll be all right, kid. Um, You should get a second I'm telling you, you should get a second camera and a Jenga tower and play some Wretched and Alone games. It's on the list. I simply can't afford it right now. Right now, all my extra money is going to buy this new USB interface. It's been something I've been meaning to buy for a while, but now that it's actually going out, I'm afraid it's going to stop working before I get the new one. So all my time and attention is going. I'm right now. I have a Behringer UM2, um, and I've been using it since I started using an XLR mic. So it's old. It's time. I got it used. It's time for an upgrade. I'm looking to get a Focusrite Scarlett Solo interface. I think that's what it's called nowadays. I think that's what I'm gonna get. I've been looking to get one since I first got this XLR, since I first got it, but it was a little more expensive. And this UM2 cost me, I think, $40, $50 maybe, because I got it used. So now I'm thinking of getting the Scarlett interface. Oh, snap! I forgot that was the one you guys were using or looking at. If you guys are interested, I did throw it over on the Ko-Fi. Why not get the 212? Because it's more expensive. That's the only reason. If it didn't cost, I don't know how much more does it cost than the 2i2. I call it the 212. I always call it the 212 because of the song. It's like $20 more, depending where I get it. Um, let me check. I'll post a Discord to check out how you played this TTRPG on Tum. Ooh, yeah, absolutely, absolutely. I am always looking for it. But yeah, the Jenga table, they're just waiting for my check to come in to buy the I know we talked about getting playing cards that are big, so they're easier to see on stream, but also the Pride Nights cards exist, and I am very interested in those. We've talked about um, the Pride Night cards before, and they're still on limited time. We have 3.5 days pretty much to pre-order them, and I should get my check by then. But like, if you haven't seen them, these are the Pride Night playing cards. They're very cool. They're obviously Pride cards. The King, Queens, and Jacks all have an LGBT representation on them, and the other cards have different, variations of the castles on them, along with a bunch of swords, shields, and then the Jokers are dragoons. So that's definitely the cards I'll be picking up. We want a second webcam, a Jenga tower, and cards. That was gonna be my next Twitch payout. I was just gonna buy those things. And not that they're not inexpensive, it's just, the little things just start adding up at the end of the month. Especially with everything costing so much goddamn money nowadays. Oh, they're so good. They're so good, Trooper. They have like the regular version and the rainbow foil version if you're somebody who just wants to like kind of look at them instead of use them. There's like they're so good. I'm picking up the silver edition because I do want to use them, and I don't think the foil will hold up to a lot of use over time. But they are like professional grade cards from what I've seen. They're the like pro linen or whatever. I saw the entire process of them like working on making them and getting people's opinions on stuff. They're very good. I really like the people behind Pride Nights. They do a pretty phenomenal job. Um, on the both physical and digital, bro. Same though. I want them in a digital format so badly. They're so cool. Well, to be honest with you, they're basically on there digitally. You just probably would have to do a little bit of legwork to do them, make them digital. But they're so good. I love them. The artist is also phenomenal. And I think it's the same artist they've been working with since the beginning. It's so good. But when shopping for my gear, check out Sweetwater and BH Photo Video. Yeah, yeah, yeah. For the most part, that's where I think I got my UMT from Sweetwater. Maybe it was V&H Video. I think it was Sweetwater. I got it. Like I said, I got it used. Because it was the cheapest one I could find. That was so good. But yeah, I'm looking to get the focus right. For those interested, because I know I talk a lot about it. And yeah, so let's just start with the ending spiel while I talk about it. There is, thank you guys so much for watching. I really appreciate it. I hope you guys enjoyed my first solo TTRPG experience. I had a lot of fun with it. I hope you guys enjoyed like the week lead in to me preparing for this. I guaranteed 100% wouldn't have finished this if I did not spend stream time making all of these characters and all of these cards, because holy walk a freaking moly, man. A lot of work went into this. I'm using an AT2020 plus? No, not plus. AT2020, the XLR version. I forget what the XLR um addition onto the word is, onto the thing is. It's just an AT2020 XLR mic. What was I saying? What was I saying? What was I saying? What was I saying? Yeah, I wouldn't have been able to do this if I had not done this on stream. So thank you guys so much for encouraging me to do the side work on stream, because oof, man, I spent so much time. So much prep work went into this. But like I said, the NPC cards, they're there forever, baby. I'm using those motherfuckers for fucking everything now. The only thing that will be happening is I will be adding more and removing some of them that I didn't enjoy. Or I didn't like the final result of. Or like when I get better at drawing, I'll like move them in and out. Like Hugh Riley is, like I said, one of my favorite NPC cards that I made. So I'm glad that that one showed up. I also like the psychiatrist one, and that was also one of my faves. I'm glad he got picked up early. Also, the egghead bartender is one of my faves. And so I'm glad those got picked up. And like the evidence cards, like you know, the art's still there, so I'm sure I could find a reason to use those again. Um, learning how to do the GM side of Roll20 was cool because I hadn't ever really. I did maybe like in 2016, 17 when I was bright-eyed and bushy-tailed about TTRPGs. Also, thank you guys, everyone who joined um, the Discord. I can't see your names because I have it on streamer mode, so your names are truncated, but I appreciate you guys. You guys are the best. And thank you guys for all the suggestions that I'm looking forward to reading after your stream. Yeah, so thank you so much for all of that. If you guys are interested, I recently calm down, people. Talk slower. Don't have five thoughts at the same time. Thank you guys so much for the subs and the follows. Thank you so much, time628 for the follow today. And thank you guys, everyone who subs to the channel. Without you guys, I wouldn't, it's just very comforting to know I have a steady stream of money going into Twitch that eventually, I'll know, I'll have this much money in like X amount of months to be able to pay for X, Y, and Z. Oh, thank you so much, Cooper, for the primer. I appreciate it. Um, it's just very comforting to know I have that little bit of extra income coming in, so I can reinvest it into stream. For the most part, all the money I get from Twitch just goes back into Twitch things, from overlays, emails, like all the turtle stuff. None of it, which is on display today, goes into that. The emotes go into that. In the future is going to be things like another. Last year in 2023, I was able to buy a new graphics card because of you guys and the money from Twitch. I'm gonna buy um, a new audio interface eventually because of you guys. And yeah, all of that just adds up and it all goes back into stream. So I appreciate it very, very much. Thank you guys so much for all of that. And in the future, it'll also go into buying things for buying more solo TTRPGs, buying things to, do cooler things on stream for that. Um, it also just helps because it's very time intensive doing some of these things, so that's really comforting. Also, I did hear that some countries were getting an increase on sub prices by like $1 or two, which is kind of ridiculous. And I don't know exactly how they get split with the content creator, but I know some people like they like the emotes, but they're subscribed to a lot of people or stuff like that. So emotes aren't really an interest to them. And I know for a lot of people, it's just an interest in wanting to help support somebody, or like give a little bit of money. Great Britain, Canada, and at least one other job. Maybe Australia. There was some place I like. I couldn't believe I haven't gotten the message talking about it yet, so I didn't see all the details on what it is. So if you guys don't like the idea of giving Twitch like a bunch of money when you would rather it go to the creator, like for example, subs are a little less than half. That's the audio interface. Give me a second. There we go. It should be better. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. It's the audio interface. Like it's not the cable anymore. It's like the actual it's the plug-in to the cable. It's old. It deserves it's time. It's time for it to retire. I can't blame it. It's lasted much longer than I thought it was. It's my own fault for being like, well, it's not broken, so why do I need to really upgrade it? It's okay, bud. I love you for what you've done for us. Audio interface. My UM2. I suggested to like so many people. They're basically the same price now. The like starter Scarlet and the UM2 now. So I don't know if I'd still recommend it. I think you should just get the Scarlet USB interface. Neither here nor there. Yeah. So I heard that that was going up. For example, a regular sub to like a small content creator. From the $5-ish you pay, I know it's like what is it, 576, 6 something now that it costs to do a sub. I get about 238, 240 per sub, depending on I don't know the time of day. I don't know why the number fluctuates, but it's around there. But and I know that with like bits and stuff, like Twitch takes it to what we need to DM about tech. Absolutely, Trooper. Um uh I know that they take like half up at the top, so if you pay $10, you get $5 in bits, etc. So if you guys don't enjoy Twitch's like payment structure, feel free to I also have a Ko-Fi, specifically for people who would just, don't care too much about the emotes and mostly just care about, yeah, Twitch takes your tithe. So if you're more interested in just supporting a content creator, because like, I like the fact that you guys get stuff. I don't know what I could give you on Ko-Fi. I'm still thinking about it. If you guys have any ideas of what you would like for me to make me feel better about people giving, people supporting me, I would love to do that. I technically have a Patreon. Technically, I don't think I have it on because I don't know what to do with Patreon. If I don't know what I was peer pressured into opening the Ko-Fi. Um so I have the Patreon just so I would get grandfathered in ages ago. But I have done nothing with it. It's there, it exists. I don't know if I actually have no idea if it exists for you guys. I know I have it. I use it all the time. I have Patreon. I'm a Patreon to a few people. Um, your Patreon is ready. Here's to make it yours. Ah, it's not published. It's not on. I don't know what I could possibly give to merit this exchange of goods and goods and services. I don't know what service I could give for your goods. Um, so I don't know what to do with Patreon. If you guys have ideals, feel free to tell me. But I don't know. At this point in time, I don't know. I don't feel terribly comfortable with doing Patreon because I know that one's for sure like a server specifically for goods and service exchanges. Um, and I don't know what I would do with it. Ko-Fi, I was peer pressured into getting by my friends who were like, "What's your Ko-Fi?" And I'm just like, I don't have one." And they're like, "You should get one." And I'm like, "Smile." But with Ko-Fi, I was able to afford my third monitor / drawing tablet, which none of these things on this page in front of you would exist without this drawing tablet. The filigree, the clock, the all the NPCs, all the evidence cards, all of that was done via the drawing tablet and being able to draw it. It would have taken me I don't know what I would have done without it. All I know is that everything would look worse. And it would have taken me about 10 times longer. But yeah, there's different Patreon models, true. But I've never just put a terrible amount of thought into it. To be honest with you. Patreon a little scary. I'm a little scared of Patreon. It's a little intimidating. Ko-Fi is a little less intimidating, but due to the support on Ko-Fi, I was able to do that stuff. So I don't know. I might start Patreon. Who knows? But Patreon also has a monthly structure. You're being way too dramatic for me, Spotify. I need you to calm the fuck down. Agnus Day 6 by Kevin MacLeod. I need you to chill. You know, let's put on some like chill hop or something. I don't know. Stressing me out with this music. There we go. If you want to talk, we can talk. True. Spotify's in an emo mood. Honestly, all the time. Spotify thinks I'm so sad. I'm not sad, Spotify. I promise you. But yeah, if you would want to support, right now, the only way to do so is Ko-Fi. I don't know. I might get peer pressured into Patreon. It's starting to sound like it. But right now, I have the Ko-Fi open. They also speaking of the audio interface, I now have it set up where if you guys feel feel if you guys are so inclined to, I do have the goal changed now to the USB interface, mostly as a reminder to myself that that's something I need to get. Although it was mostly for when my USB interface wasn't failing twice a day. Now that it is, I do have that set up now. So if that's an interest to you, feel free to stop by the Ko-Fi. You could also do things monthly, etc., like that, if that's of interest of you. Otherwise, whatever. I'm just happy for you to sit here and listen to me ramble. Because again, ads they add up at the end of the month. I get what would be the equivalent of 1 to 2 subs worth of money from people watching ads, which is a ton considering I don't have a lot of viewers. So it's pretty significant what you get. So I know they're a pain in the ass, but definitely worth it. So I appreciate you guys so very much for all of that support. Do you ever have a reason to plug in multiple audio inputs at once? I haven't yet. This UM2 has 2 inputs, but I've not had a reason to have 2 inputs, which is why I was looking for the Solo at the Solo. I don't know that I have or would have any instrument or other mic that I would want to plug in. I guess if I ever get like a what are they called? The soundboards. Um but those nowadays have their own inputs, huh? But they would still have to go through an interface, wouldn't they? It's a whole thing. Anyways, not done the Ko-Fi or Patreon route yet. Yeah, I also wouldn't have Hawkeye. Like I said, I was in fact peer pressured into doing a Ko-Fi. So, could I use 4 inputs? I mean, I could. I don't know what I would use them with. I'm trying to think if I have anything that I would use inputs with aside from a mic. I'm very partial to XLR versus anything else. So if anything else were to get it, I would use an input. I just don't know what I would use at this point in time. I'm not really an electric instrument user. I don't really own them. Let me tell you though, I do look at my I do look at Craigslist a little too much. Personally, I'm liking Patreon less and less since they went overseas billing. Have had more problems since they switched, been hit with extra fees. Interesting. And yeah, I don't know much about Patreon, except for paying to watch people's things. That's mostly where I do it. But I didn't really notice it because they're the people whom I pay for on a regular basis are in Australia, so I just assumed it was Australia billing. We need to talk. Absolutely, Trooper. I'm totally down to talk about it. But yeah, so the Ko-Fi is there if you're interested in supporting in a way that's not on Twitch, because Twitch do be taking their cut from the top, and the bottom sometimes. They really do be burning the candle at both ends. Remember to send me your TTRPG suggestions on the Discord. And if you're not there, feel free, and you're friends with me, feel free to send me them in a DM. I will send you the headshots today, Trooper. I'll probably do the intro tomorrow. Just so I get my head back on straight. I've been a little bit stressed about this stream for a couple of days, and it's been taking up my entire brain space. And now it's a little bit mush, mostly due to like the 3 hours of sleep I got after being awake for over 20. Yeah, Twitch couldn't get its money exactly. Well, yeah, Twitch couldn't get your money exactly. It does rub me the wrong way sometimes how much they take off the top, especially off the goodwill of people just trying to support people they're watching. But it is what it is. It's a service that they're providing exactly. But yeah, so if that's of any interest to you, feel free to stop by. Thank you guys so much for the subs. Thank you again, Trooper, for that Prime. Thank you for the follow time, 628. I think Wednesday is a good day for this. I feel like it is. I usually don't have anything going on Wednesday. So I wouldn't say next week, but maybe the week after. Let's see, hold on. Let me look at the schedule real quick. So maybe not the 3rd, maybe the 10th or the 17th is when I'm looking at the next, doing another solo stream. Or another RPG stream, another solo RPG stream. Like I said, I need to look at some systems. Maybe it's the 17th because I have to organize through a lot of stuff. And check out a lot of systems. Like I said, I think I have the next one picked out, but I'm still gonna look around that stuff. But yeah, thank you guys so much for all the support. I'm so glad you guys enjoyed this stream. I'm so glad you guys like the layout of stuff. And probably tomorrow, we'll do a debrief on what I liked, what I didn't like, and what I'm looking forward to in the future. And yeah, so thank you guys so much for watching. I really appreciate it. Don't forget to be nice to each other. Don't forget to be compassionate, and I'll see you guys all in the next one. Bye! And as always, you guys are the best. I love you all. Thank you guys so much for the support. I turned off Switch at some point. I have no idea where my Twitch tab went. Hold on. Maybe if I click fast enough, I can see if I can. Can I get here? Fuck. An ad just played. Gosh darn it. I do this bit at the end of the stream where people who are just like watching me stream, they can just, at the end of a stream, I'll just run an ad and it's like a thanks to all of you guys who just are looking at the end of my stream. You guys are the best. Here's a 3-minute ad. But I can't. One just played. Thank you guys so much for watching. You guys are the best. I love you all. I hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your evenings. Thank you again for all of the TTRPG suggestions that I'm sure I'm going to be getting over the next few days. You guys are the best. Love you all. Have a good